Good morning. Mic check. Mic check. Can everyone hear me? Of course, everyone can hear me. I'm happy to see all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. I'm happy to see all of you. You are most welcome. My name is Reina Mujezi. I will be your, I would say, co-MC or MC, depending on the time of the day. We're having a very, very interesting day today. We have you as our guests and also as part of the team. This is going to be a very intimate discussion, and we are happy to have KTA advocates who are the conveners, and we're happy to have KTA, and we're also happy to have UNDP who are hosting us here today. And on that note, I would like to begin with a very, very short prayer. I hope everyone is okay with me saying a very brief prayer. Let's humble ourselves, please. Dear Lord, we thank you for today. We thank you for the gift of life, for the gift of health, and for the gift of knowledge. We thank you for the people who have set this up today, and we ask that you guide everyone and bless the events that we are about to undertake. We do all this in your name, and we ask that you bless us today. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite UNDP, our host Peter, Mr. Peter Turiachira. I'll keep it informal. I'll just say, Peter, please join us and take us through the next step. We have a very special lineup of events and discussions. I kindly ask that you brace yourselves and also take your tie off if you need to. I see Edwin came very formal, and yet this is supposed to be an informal discussion. But you're all most welcome, and I'm glad. Peter, please join us.
Thank you very much, MC. The representative of the minister, who is also my colleague, Dr. Chirunda, members of the KTA advocates, the conveners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Peter Turiachira. I'm the acting Makerere University Unipod, but also a professor of business management in the Department of Marketing and Management, School of Business, and College of Business and Management Sciences. Makerere University Unipod is a partnership between UNDP and Makerere University. This space we are in was funded by UNDP. The machinery you see around, the design and everything was funded by UNDP. So we have that partnership between Makerere University and UNDP. So this Unipod was established majorly to bring innovators together, creators together, so that we are able to help them scale up their ideas, their prototypes, have them patented, and then finally commercialize it. So the password here is commercialization, because many Ugandans come up with the products, they are not patented, and therefore at the end of the day, they cannot be commercialized. So as Mark Unipod, we are happy to host you. We are happy to host the 7th Annual Symposium. As a country, leveraging the IP and technology is very, very critical to meeting the sustainable development goals. And as you are aware, you can't assume ownership of any assets or any property unless they are patented. And therefore, this symposium is very, very important, but also timely. As Makerere Unipod, we thank KTA advocates for choosing to partner with us and we pledge our continued support and commitment to working with you. I wish you good deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. That's very, very brief and to the point. I agree with that. So I'm told that we are not just the people who are in this room today. We also have an online room. Our online guests, you're all most welcome. The conveners today being KTA Advocates, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and the Uganda Law Society. The Uganda Law Society, of course, has been going through some changes of recent. I'm sure you've seen our new president, Mr. Isaac Semakade, Senior Counsel. We appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion with our guests today. Our guests, of course, all protocol observed. We are joined by the Ministry of ICT today, who are also being represented by a very special guest, who we are also about to introduce to you. But on behalf of our conveners and co-conveners, I would like to introduce Mr. Kenneth Mohanji, a partner at KTA Advocates. Kenneth, please come take us into the next stage.
Okay, good morning. It's a pleasure to stand in front of you today. For those that have honored our invitation, thank you very much. As the MC introduced, we are having very intimate discussions today. The focus of today's session is to reduce our discussions into a white paper. We have called policy experts, and those are the ones, thankfully, I'm sitting at our tables. We also have representatives from different ministries as well. And our focus is to talk serious business about innovation, about Uganda's position in our global innovation index rankings, and in the hope that after here, we can be able to reduce these considerations into a white paper, which our partners, JEPA, are preparing, and that we hope will be able to influence policy that we have. So for our advocates online, our distinguished participants, colleagues, and friends, we gather once again at a significant milestone as we host the 7th Annual Symposium. From its inception, this symposium has served as a cornerstone for advancing discussions in Uganda's legal and technological spheres, placing intellectual property, digital trade, and the 4IR at the center of national development discourse. Over the years, this event has not only grown in scope and impact. We started with 1 day, then 2 days, now we are 3 days at 3 different venues. But it has also solidified its place as a premier platform for policy dialogue, thought leadership, and collaborative innovation. The KTA Annual Symposium was born out of a vision to establish a dedicated forum that could bring together various stakeholders to engage in meaningful dialogue around intellectual property and technology law in Uganda. We began this journey 9 years ago. Can you imagine? And we started as a technology colloquium, which was propelled by a small group of passionate advocates who recognized the critical role of IP and technology in driving Uganda's development. The idea was simple yet powerful: to create a space for diverse voices, including policymakers, innovators, academics, and industry leaders, to co-create solutions for Uganda's growth, particularly in sectors where IP and technology intersect. Since then, we have grown from a modest gathering to a flagship event that commands the attention of Uganda's legal, business, and innovation communities. Each year, the symposium has evolved to reflect the pressing needs of the time, ranging from roundtable discussions on still IP regulation, AI policy, we also looked at specific sector guidelines and increased public awareness of IP's pivotal role in development. It has also played a significant role in demystifying IP concepts, encouraging Ugandans to embrace innovation, and supporting creators in protecting and commercializing their works. This symposium extends beyond mere dialogue. It has actively contributed to shaping policy, inspiring legislation, and driving the adoption of policies that make IP a critical driver of Uganda's socio-economic transformation. It has become a testament to our collective commitment, as Uganda Law Society in particular, to our broader objectives outlined in the National Development Plan 3 goals, which emphasize sustainable industrialization, inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. The theme for this year's symposium, Localizing Intellectual Property for Uganda's Digital Economy and Using Technology as a Tool for Preservation of Cultural Heritage, is not only timely but also deeply relevant to Uganda's current development trajectory. It aligns with the NDP3 focus on resource-led industrialization and innovation as key pillars for economic transformation. This symposium serves as a critical platform for addressing how IP and technology can drive inclusive and robust digital economies, echoing the core vision of Uganda Law Society's mandate, which is the rule of law. The mission of ULS is to foster a legal system that supports the rule of law, justice, and equitable development for all Ugandans. As conveners, we are not only merely fulfilling an annual obligation, but we are actively contributing to ULS's broader mission by ensuring that IP and technology serve as tools for sustainable development. And this symposium is an embodiment of ULS's commitment to that very thing. This year, we're also making a very strong call for legal reforms that align with global best practice, focusing on creating an enabling environment for creators, innovators, and entrepreneurs. We envision a future where Uganda's IP laws and digital policies not only protect and promote creativity, but ensure that innovators have the support they need to thrive in local and international markets. The importance of this year's symposium cannot be overstated. It is more than just a conference. It is a strategic effort to create a sustainable ecosystem where IP and technology thrive. Here, we are not just discussing how policies will shape our future, but we are looking at how intellectual property and many of the policies that we are going to come up with, as we say, day one, we're going to push for, while people are looking at policies in the innovation ecosystem. Day two, we look at a creative economy policy. And day three, we're looking at cultural heritage. And we're pushing for a cultural heritage policy, but also a sui generis law on cultural heritage. So one of the core objectives of this symposium is to inspire the next generation of Ugandan innovators, creators, and legal practitioners. We want to equip you with the knowledge, skills, and resources you need to navigate a complex legal landscape that may be IP and tech. And we believe that when creators understand their rights and the potential of their innovations, they are more likely to contribute significantly to the economy and society at large. A major highlight of this year's symposium will be launching an innovator's guidebook on intellectual property. And we're thankful that URSB has partnered with us on this, which is a comprehensive resource designed to empower creatives, entrepreneurs, and innovators in Uganda. The guidebook offers practical insights on navigating IP laws, securing copyright, leveraging IP as an asset if you want to get a loan from a bank. And additionally, we are proud to represent a documentary, Heart Behind the Heart, an inspiring documentary that captures the passion, struggles, and triumphs of Ugandan artists. We already have one who is at the back there, who we hope at the end of the day she can be able to show us what she has showcased here. Thank you for saying hello to us. As we engage in these discussions, let us not forget that our ultimate goal is to create an IP and tech ecosystem that benefits all Ugandans. We want to ensure that creators and innovators, from artists, musicians, to software developers and agriculture producers, have the tools they need to protect their creations and leverage them for economic gain. This is not only a matter of legal rights, but also a pathway to achieving Uganda's broader goals as outlined in NDP3. So, as we embark on this journey of the 7th Annual Symposium, I urge each of you, those online in particular, to actively contribute to dialogue, share insights, and for our experts that are here, we thank you for your time, and we hope you'll be able to share with us your views. Share with us what you think Uganda should look like, and we want to ensure that creators, innovators, and artists, musicians, as I said, we all work together to drive Uganda forward. The challenges we face might be complex, but they are not insurmountable. With a collective effort, we can build legal frameworks that support innovation, protect IP, and drive sustainable development. We hope this symposium will be a catalyst for change, a moment where we recommit to the principles of the rule of law and innovation and inclusive growth. Let us leverage the power of IP and tech to not only transform industries, but to transform lives, creating a more prosperous, equitable, and just Uganda for all. From me and KTA Advocates, Uganda Law Society, and Conrad Aduna Stiftang, welcome to the KTA Annual Symposium, and we hope we will enjoy ourselves as we deliberate this morning, tomorrow when we're at MCI Hub, and on Friday when we're at Design Quarter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mohanji. That's a very, very inspiring speech. That word, inspire. Inspire is a very powerful word. It's very self-contained, has its own bathroom, its own sitting room, and it's what exactly is going to drive the discussion today. What you're looking at is a discussion that's going to perhaps be the beginning, the genesis, the light at the start of the tunnel. And one of the pioneers in that particular discussion is Mr. Sandy Stevens Tikodri, who is the executive chairman of Kira Motors. And he is also here with us. You're most welcome, sir. We are blessed to have you here. You have a very, very illustrious career, and we hope to also gain from your experience and from your wealth of understanding in this particular subject. So on that note, I would like Peter to take us into our next session. We want to understand where we are as the UNDP and as the hub. Would you be willing, sir, to at least perhaps show us some of the innovations and show? Yes, please. I also am looking forward to learning more about this particular pod, the Unipod. I'm told it was launched by the First Lady, Honorable Janet Kataha Museveni, and I would be looking forward to at least walk in your steps to understand the path that we are on for the next 3 days.
Thank you. I think we shall go stand and then start from the template.
Yes. I'm actually interested in the format of the movement. Because of our online audience, does that mean that we will be moving with the cameras, or that won't be? We will. All right. I'm told our conveners have gathered the resources to give us the experience fully. Thank you. Let's proceed.
So, Louis, you can.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, most welcome. My name is, yes, and then we go. Yes. My name is Louis Chironde. I'm the communications here, and you're very much welcome to the Macquarie University Innovation Pod. Briefly, Dr. briefly told you about what the pod is all about. We have 10 maker spaces, as I'm going to show you. So please join me. Let us all stand up. It's going to be something lively. As I'm taking you around, you're going to see some of the innovations that are happening in the space and the discussions today about innovation and IP. And I believe it will be a great experience for you all. Thank you. So let's...
Just a very small point of information. Mr. Robert Kirunda will be speaking to us on behalf of the Ministry of ICT and Innovation as soon as we are done with the tour.
Okay. Thank you so much. Now, let me just start with this room here. This is a computer-aided design room. It's where we conduct our trainings from. It's where we have discussions, workshops. The same thing we are having here. Our innovators are able to access computers that are available here, and they use this space to create anything digital. So this is a space, and that other one there, that is card room. These are the card rooms. So join me as we move into the other spaces. Yes, we are. So the Unipod deals in quite a number of sectors. This is one of them, the textile department. Here in the textiles, innovation that fall into design, fashion, exploring of material, fabrics, and everything. This is the space innovators are using to create. Now, what the Unipod is mainly about is to scale up and support innovators to the market. So we move from from idea to actually the product development and to the market. So they are using this, and quite a number of students are using this, and also innovators from outside and the staff to create innovations in regard to fashion and exploration of fashion and anything that involves fabric. Yes. When we continue here, this is our lobby. Where you always start from, but here we have the food tech innovations that are in food technology. You have you have something unique about food. This is a space they use. They always come and exhibit from here. There are quite a number of innovations. I'm just going to show you some. You're not going to enter, but I'm going to pull out some. There are quite many, but these are some of the notable ones. This is a Rebel Coke wine developed by a student here, going in graduation, and is developing it from local materials, fruits, and the entire process is happening within here. So we supported him in registration of IP, and he's still working, and he's looking forward to scale up his innovation to the market so that he can make more sales. Hello, the mic. Okay. Oh yes. Now, Max Soy. This is also one of our innovations we have here. This is from a professor, and these are different types of soybeans. They can yield. They have. They can withstand certain environmental conditions. They yield more, and their characteristics are also different. There are 6 different types of soybeans that were developed, and this was from research. Now, the university is mainly research-based, but the innovation pod comes in a way to support research-based ideas to the market. Some of these end in the books, but the innovation pod is actually supporting these innovators to move their research to the market. Yes. I think for that, let's stop here. Then we go to the next spaces. The spaces we have this one here. Please, you're welcome. Hello, hello. I don't know if one will be able to take me from this side. Yeah. So it's very hard for one to think about innovation and not think about engineering, and not think about robotics, and not think about this kind of technology. So now this is the space that our innovators are using to develop ideas and innovation projects in that field. We have quite a number of equipment, as you can look around here. We have 3D printers, we have the electric car battery. These are all used for innovators here. What we do, most of the time we link up with the private sector, with the people in the industry already, also come and offer support. For example, yesterday we launched the e-mobility skilling program with Kira Motors, and the chairperson is also here of Kira Motors. They are skilling students in e-mobility, e-technology. Hello, I think I'm far. Yes, so they are skilling students in e-technology, and these students are equipped with such skills that they will later use in development of their research, but also the outstanding students will be able to join Kira Motors as associate researchers. So these are some of the programs that are being developed within the Makerere University Innovation Board that are supporting entrepreneurship, that are supporting innovation, and also supporting the community at large as we develop Uganda. So here I'm also going to show you an example of an innovation we have here. This was done by our own Olivia lady, and it is a solar tracker. He made this, so we've seen solar panels, yes, but the unique thing about this solar panel is it tracks the movement of the sun so that it yields more energy. In cases where it's having a shadow, it will move towards where the light is, so that anyone using this, mostly in agriculture, they can get more energy out of the solar panel. She's one of our innovators, and she also got her award from the IUT launch this year. So we continue. These are mostly equipment. These are 3D printers. This is the electric car battery that Chira Motors is using to train the students. Now, some of these machines we have them here, but we need a skill. So we partner and link up with the industries out there so that they come and equip innovators here with skills and knowledge so that they can develop more and also improve on their innovations. When we continue this side, now this section here, the computer numerical control room, where we have machines that we are using in development. These are also part of machines that we're using in development. This is used to cut wood and plastic. This one cuts metal, and the other one cuts fabric. These all cut with support with a computer. You just put in a computer program, you design your thing using a computer, and then you use these equipments to develop your project. The workshop behind there is also used by students.
as you know, around IP, there are very, very sensitive issues in relation to non-disclosures. But we are back online, and we are happy to have you guys here. I hope you can all hear me, and you can all see me. So I'd like to introduce, of course, some of our development partners. Would like to thank Makerere University, who are also here with us. Is Dr. Andrew Kambogu here from IDI? Yes. Mr. Kambogu, you're very welcome. Mr. Kenneth Bagarukayo? Yes, you're also most welcome. We have the Ministry of ICT, the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Technology, and the Ministry of Trade, and the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, who are here with us. They are also our development partners, and we appreciate you taking the time to actually get in here with us. So, as you know, like we've been emphasizing, this is a very, very intimate event, intimate with our online participation and also with our physical attendance. And we would like to get into a more intimate discussion that's then going to, at the end of it all, it's going to get developed into a white paper, if possible. So the discussions that are happening here today are actually intended to further research and legislation and policy. The key word here being policy, not forgetting that we are trying to get into the commercialization of intellectual property. And the way to do that is to bring the partners, the government and the private sector, on the same table, so we see exactly where the issues are and how we can resolve those issues, and perhaps delve into inspiration and how we can solve more problems with more pragmatic solutions. I appreciate everyone who is here today. And on that note, I would like to invite Mr. Kenneth Mohanji to introduce the representative of the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Technology, Mr. Robert Kirunda. Okay. Perhaps Mr. Edwin Tavaro, please. I will welcome you to the podium so that you may introduce your guest. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Reina. Thank you very much, Kenneth, for delegating a simple function like this. Before I introduce our chief guest today, thank all of you for coming to this event. As a managing partner of KTA, just sharing with Mr. Kirunda that we're a law firm that has made 15 years and 2 days today. I was also telling him that we haven't made much money since in the 15 years, but one thing we set out to do was to develop a law that protects, promotes, and helps innovators. 15 years ago, when we set out to practice intellectual property law, there were only 2 patents in the then registry of companies. Mr. Gilbert will let you know that there were only just 2 local patents. But however, when we looked around, especially organizations, and I was just telling Dr. Triachira that we've worked with so many scientists and there are billions, patents worth billions of shillings in Uganda, either in research organizations, innovation hubs like this. We didn't have this when we were starting this practice, but we knew that all that was lacking was the infrastructure, the support system, the policy. So seeing the people who did the Kira Motors thing, 15 years ago we didn't have it, seeing someone from the Ministry of ICT, is just an amazing thing for us, and we share a 15-year story with this country or even the university. I think at that time when we were starting the practice, there were probably 3 or 4 IP lawyers. Edgar, our partner inclusive, fortunately, Professor Kakoza is here with us. We feel we are really part of his story. I think a gentleman from Max and someone from from Panga. But as we speak now, there are so many people who can proudly say they're IP lawyers. We also have an innovation industry. We have policy. And when we're walking around, I felt so much pride where we have come from and where we're going. This is really to thank everybody here for the amazing job that they have done. Dr. Turiachira, for lawyers to sit in a hub. Yeah? When we are sitting in conferences, we're in hotels and things like that. Even when we're studying IP law, we only studied patents from other countries. The gentleman showed me a solar panel that was done by a lady called Olivia. And I looked back 15 years ago, when we were looking at patents as students, there was nothing to refer to, but you have something here that has been well-grounded and is done by people, Ugandans. We're looking at something great. I'm very certain beyond Kira EV, this alone can be able to create very many other technologies that will definitely change this country. My simple job indeed was to invite Mr. Kirunda. Before that, I'll want to introduce a few people from our law firm. One of our partners is here, Smahane Sad. Of course, Kenneth Muhanji, who leads our technology department. There's Catherine Nakankwasa. She's the practice head and leads the team of associates of IP lawyers. Blair and Tambi, some of them are in the background. Pauline as well. I hope I haven't forgotten anybody seated within here, but feel free to interact with them and be able to get the guidance for the day. To introduce Mr. Kirunda, who's representing the Honorable Minister for Innovation, Dr. Musenero. Kirunda will go a very long way, but it's very difficult for me to welcome him here, yet he's actually a lecturer here at the university at the Faculty of Law. Mr. Kirunda runs a law firm, Kirunda Wasige. He's a tech specialist. A few of the qualifications I can mention is one of our very few lawyers who has gone to the prestigious Ivy League schools, most recent Stanford, with a master's in tech and IP, I believe. He just completed it recently. Mr. Kirunda is the legal advisor to the STI. It's a special project. He'll be able to introduce what they do. When they told us a minister was delegating to Kirunda, Kirunda is, I think, 1 year senior to me. I felt very proud that we can now be able to speak on behalf of ministers. Not that he's a minister, but I believe his knowledge. Is either equivalent, equal, or even better. There's no better person to listen to about law, innovation, and especially that he has just come from Stanford to come and share the knowledge and drive this innovation drive. Mr. Chirunda, please come and share a little bit of your knowledge.
I was just mentioning to Edwin that he has done very well in making me feel shy, which I assure you is a very hard endeavor. The partners at KTA, Mr. Kenneth Muhanji, Mr. Edwin Tabaro, my very dear friend Asmahani. I've always enjoyed saying her name out loud because it's so unique. I'm not sure that before that I had encountered it, before I met her. UNDP, ULS, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Makerere University, and the various partners with whom KTA has put this symposium together. It gives me great joy to say and recognize my very dear brother and friend of very many years, Professor Anthony Kakoza, who, by the way, is not just a practitioner in the IP space, but the current head of department of the commercial laws at the prestigious Makerere University School of Law. Ken would hate me for saying I am so glad that my brother, Professor Kakoza, found his way home from UCU. But Ken will forgive me also. My colleagues at Makerere, Professor Tikodri Togboa, Professor Peter Turiachira, the representatives from the Ministry of ICT, the STI Secretariat, colleagues, friends in the room and online, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I've been reflecting a lot on this moment ever since the minister called me. The Honorable Monica Msenero is unable to join us. In a manner of speaking, I am standing in her shoes. Imagine how weird that looks if you think about it. That's the beauty of innovation. We imagine, we create, and then we bring to life. She asked me to represent her, to offer her thoughts at the start of this conversation. And I couldn't think of a higher honor and privilege. And perhaps for some context, and also to clarify, anything I say here, please do not take as policy. I am only airing the remarks and thoughts that the Honorable Minister shared with me that she would have loved to share with you. And for some context, she perhaps chose to do so because we are working with the STI Secretariat on a legal and policy audit for the science, technology, and innovation space. The policies in that space and the legal framework have been static for the last almost 2.5 decades. In fact, for almost 3 decades now, if you go back to the UNCST Act in the early 90s and the various laws in that space. So we're looking at what needs to change. And that perhaps should give you context on why me, why now, why here. I joked with her this morning that people in the room are asking me, where is my convoy? I don't have one. So please do not think of me in that light. But it's a real privilege. And I must start by congratulating KTA for a 7-year run. I've been involved in organizing events of this kind in this country. It's costly. It takes grit, commitment, takes away time. And this is one of those things that you must never do for money, because it does not. Here I'm going to sort of make a misnomer, because I have to say that when Edwin said they haven't made money, I think what he meant is it's relative how you define making money. But, but in terms of whether the work they've done over the years has returned the kind of money you can get from other spaces, I certainly agree as a practitioner in the space that this is one of those things you don't do for money, but you do for love of country, love of self, and for the good of mankind. And so I must, firstly, on the minister's behalf, and secondly, on my own behalf, as a colleague in the profession, and in a manner of speaking, as a fellow soldier in the trenches, recognize you, commend you for a really wonderful job. 7 years is a long time. I must also say, for the benefit of the audience, that the work that KTA has done in this space has, in fact, shaped conversation, policy, and national strategy. And for that, as a colleague in the profession, I tip my hat to you, I congratulate you guys, and I salute you very much. In fact, on that note, I might as well add that if no one has said it publicly, I must say that the work that KTA has done, I believe personally, is a significant contribution to the discourse going on now as we develop NDP4, of which one of the pillars, the ATMs that Ministry of Finance is talking about now, the 5th pillar, the S on those ATMs, is science. And I think that a lot of that discussion, the PSST, who's the person in charge of the Treasury, was very, very inspired by your work on the digital economy, Uganda's digital economy. So thank you. I thought that it is important to say that. Now coming to the remarks for this morning. You chose a very apt theme. The minister and I had a fantastic discussion about it and how timely, I think the words that my brother Kenneth used were timely and relevant. Timely and aligned to development trajectory. You couldn't have chosen a better phraseology. And I say so because looking at the theme, intellectual property in Uganda, many thanks to the pioneers of this space that Edwin just mentioned, yourselves, Professor Kakoza, Edgar, and a few others who have engaged publicly in this space. The URSB, I know that the Registrar General, who I don't know if she's arrived yet, I must point out, Ms. Masekino Wisho has also been very instrumental. The director, IP, is in the room. I'm remiss, and please forgive me. My brother, Mr. Gilbert Agaba, is in the room. One day I went to Gilbert's office. This is why I thank God for delivering me from PowerPoint. You can get to go off script and come back. One day I went to Gilbert's office and we had such a robust discussion about the patenting of local innovation. He was also, I could detect an anger in his voice because he said to me, I'd gone on a specific assignment. And he said, "You were late, why didn't you come earlier?" And you could feel the pain and the fire in his voice. We are blessed to have people like Gilbert in charge of spaces like these. And so thank you, sir, and thank you for taking the time. But coming back to the theme and looking at the overview of the theme that we're discussing over these 3 days, localizing intellectual property for Uganda's digital economy and using technology as a tool for cultural preservation. I think you chose 3 themes, as the minister understands them, that spoke to her heart very deeply, and she wanted to emphasize them. The first is the localizing element. A lot of discussion, and in some contexts, the word that you find in many conversations in many a room now is decolonizing. But I think the theme, the intention here for those who are in the room is broader. I was amazed to learn that in pre-colonial Western Uganda, I think it was in Ankole, where there was a technique to conduct what we know today as cesarean section births, using a certain anesthetic that was got from specific plants that were indigenous to Western Uganda. And the person would never get septic. The person would heal faster than C-sections heal today. And the person would never overbleed. These technologies and these innovations got lost with the phenomenon of westernization of our societies. So if I've understood your theme correctly, perhaps a good starting point will be, may I just recognize Mr. Justice Tabaro, who has just joined us. Mr. Justice Tabaro is one of the founding partners at KTA. By the way, you see, I'm also struggling with order because Edwin messed me up. He said too many things about me. That's never good. But may I just point out that making 15 years in the legal industry is no mean feat. We congratulate you. We celebrate you. And I will say what none of you has said yet. It's been 15 years of tremendous growth. You're much bigger, much stronger than many 15-year-old firms we know. So all hats off to you. But localizing, we hope that you will, I hope that you will think about the part of that involves rediscovering lost Ugandan technologies and innovations. I say lost because a lot of them were never documented. That knowledge was passed down through folklore. When I first wrote a paper on IP in 2010, I made the argument that the problem in Africa is not that Africans do not innovate. And at the time I had statistics that showed that by 2010, and I need to go back to Gilbert to update my stats, you had 4,000 applications, I believe, at the time for trademarks. You had less for patents, But the absence of patent applications was not because Africans were not innovating, it's because they were not protecting their innovations. Now, the first part of that is, can we rediscover lost African innovation? The second part of that is, do we need to think about reconceptualizing how we define and protect innovation? Because the legal framework we're working with today really is an update of transplanted frameworks, whether you're talking about the NICE Treaty or the TRIPS Agreement, or all these treaties that come and are translated into statute. And Gilbert and I have had the debate on the patenting of medical innovations and what that does to the economy. And I am not going to try and descend into the politics around the TRIPS agreement. But is it time for us to think up? So when Kenneth says a sui generis legal framework, I think that's perhaps where you're coming from. And you couldn't have raised a more critical question. Is there really a class of IP, or should there be a class of IP that is not catered for in the current framework that we have in the treaties today? And if so, what do we do about it? That is going to call for us to rethink what's innovation, what's intellectual property, how do they differ, where are they similar? Then there's the question of the digital economy. There's the digital economy as we understand it today, but are you also thinking about how we commercialize and how we go to market and how we fund local innovation? Musa Bode in Katwe can certainly not attract venture capital funding for three among very many reasons. Number one, venture capitalists in Silicon Valley wanted to show them how to make 40x of whatever investment they put in, or how fast you can get to $1 billion. Now, $1 billion in Uganda is a fraction of the national budget. It's not small money. Musa Bode does not have books of account. But Musa Bode is clever. He can take apart and rebuild an engine. My friends from STI will tell you about a trike that was launched, I think, last Independence 2023, that I believe Chira Motors is facilitating in taking to market. The trike, I think, began from an ecosystem like that. So there is innovation in Katwe as we know it. How do you plug those people into the digital aspect of the economy? I see three possible starting points. I see a need for platforms where such people can put their ideas out there and receive attraction. Now, those platforms can look in any form or shape, and they need not be defined in current confines. For example, the crypto ecosystem had its challenges with regard to scams and whatnot, but it decentralized how we raise capital. Does it show us a model we can use to raise local innovation? Is there a way we can bridge collective investment schemes as a source of local investment, as a vehicle of local investment in Uganda today? I'm always amazed looking at the statistics of investment clubs. Investment clubs began barely 2 decades ago in Uganda, at least. Young corporates saving 300,000 shillings, and a few years ago, DFC was banking 2,000 of them. So if you imagine for a second that a typical investment club has 20 million shillings lying idle, the one that Justice belongs to might add 10 to 20 million, if you catch my drift. And it's sitting in the bank, and their major point is, let's buy treasury bills to avoid erosion by inflation. Can you craft an instrument that says, why don't investment clubs put 5% of their money into local innovation, such that Musa Bode can build a thing that we can sell as a Ugandan product? I was in a meeting once where a professor, I will not mention who, was making the case for the closing of Chira Motors. I don't think the executive chairman Chira Motors has ever heard this story. And I stood up and said, we must make a bus in Uganda. I don't mind if that bus drives for half a kilometer and catches fire. We will go back, we will figure out the problem, we will fix it. But we have to get to a point where we have one product out there that has made in Uganda. Because the person was saying, look at Toyota. Toyota spends $2 billion on innovation. And I said, that's true, but how old is Toyota? They too began somewhere. Every time I see a Chira Motors bus on the road, I doubt that there is anyone in this country prouder than me. Perhaps Professor Tenti Kodri, because he's been in the trenches longer. I have one fight which I must put on the public record with Chira Motors. I said to the CEO, the day they make an SUV, I will buy it. They have still refused to make an SUV. I am going to take, that is the fight I'm going to start on X, to say why is Chira. In fact, I am going to consider suing them for discrimination. The point is, thank you very much, Justice. You can see, Professor, we can sell 10 cars today. But the point I'm making is, can we redefine what a digital economy will look like? Because we can contextualize, and for me that's the real meaning of disruption. We can contextualize a digital economy that has already been shaped, or we can shape another one that spurs innovation. Just food for thought. And then using technology for cultural preservation. I was astounded to learn from Mr. Rwajezi of the Ndere troop that one of the things the British did in the colonial time was they came and went through Uganda collecting folklore. And they protected it with copyright. So a lot of the songs that you would sing by the fireplace in remote Ankole, among the Bachiga, among the Basoga, in northern Uganda. I was just whispering to my brother, Professor Kakoza, that you rarely hear of the Ministry of Antiquities. But if you think about it, technology now has democratized how we share culture. The one traditional way we know is music and film. Excuse me. If you think about Johnny Enlow's 7 Mountains of Influence, many young people today have had their lives shaped by Hollywood. I knew a young person once who told me that Grey's Anatomy accounted very much for her worldview of society. But has anyone ever thought of televising Njabala? If you think about it, I love music, and if you think about the production, Njabala, 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 Valin Sanza, thank you very much. Abakazi bali mabati, nebatema nebawala. You're passing on value. Why is a Chisakate not televised? Why don't we have merchandise with Njabala on a t-shirt? We know from Ugandan artists like Eddie Kenzo, Mosean Wizo, that Ugandan artists do not need a degree to take the global stage by storm. You don't. They've done it. And URSB has been instrumental in helping them to organize and to try and commercialize. But if you think about commercializing culture, the Germans play Omweso, but they call it a different name. I believe that's an IP issue, right there. I, in another life, would have made it to the Olympics to play a specific game that Gen Z and Gen Alpha have probably never heard of or seen. That game is called Dulu. If someone at your table is smiling or laughing, that should tell you their age. Because Dulu, I think, died down with the last century. You see, we were the last ones to play it. This question goes to Gen Zs. How many Gen Zs are in the room? If you lift up your hand if you know how to play Ponjo. Now, these games may have had different names in different parts of the country. But they brought a certain bond among us as young children. They gave us joy. Sometimes we got spanked for dodging homework. But if you think about culture that way, and you commercialize it, the xylophone is so unique. When I see the Ganda boys wearing a chitenji, standing in the royal places in England, hand to chest singing Ekitiibwa kya Buganda, you don't have to be a Muganda to swell with pride. That's the connection of culture, modernization, intellectual property. The missing link there, I think, is commercialization. And how do we take all of that? I would like to hear more. You know, Yoleng took the country by storm when the late speaker, God rest his soul, took it to the campaign trail in his campaign for the speakership. But I hope I am right in saying, Ken, those are the issues we should be raising. Is there a connection between culture and education? What technology facilitates that connection? Can we take back? When we were in school, I don't know if it's the case now because you have international schools that are really killing. Here is one of the trade-offs. I went to Kira College, proudly so. One of the things at Kira College Boutique was we had inter-house competition in music, dance, drama, poetry. And you had to have a folk song. And the thing about that is it passed on culture to you at a young age. I still remember some of those songs today. Our colleague at Makerere, Dr. Isaac Tibasima, wrote his doctoral thesis on that question. Now, if international schools have come and taken away that mode of education, can we think about technology bridging that gap? And what technologies can we use to create consumable, digestible content in a world of information overload? Each of us here has at least 3 social media apps. They feed us with information, but they also reprogram our minds. Lastly, on that point is the connection between artificial intelligence. This I am happy to share with you my thoughts on another day. Today is not that day. The connection between artificial intelligence, culture, and intellectual property. I think there's a healthy connection there in both directions, enhancing and destruction, and it's worth discussion. All of that is me trying to say, can we leverage technology to preserve and convey culture? And I think that there should be a discussion around the policy initiatives in that direction. Which brings us to the next critical pillar. If you think about the things I've been saying, you can see in your mind how an ecosystem must expand. The ecosystem must expand to include players like banks, players like private sector, funders, players like schools and communities. Professor Kakwaza is an expert on traditional cultural expressions and traditional knowledge. And I think that these are critical elements. How can we collaborate? You have done excellently, KTA, in being able to bring, I count at least 3 law firms in one room. And you've dismantled the notion of competition by putting collaboration above it. And for that, we are grateful. Can we think about how to collaborate? Ministry of ICT, Ministry of Science, and Office of the President, Science and Innovation, those two coming together on a policy front. I noted when I was looking at the program that you've done something beautiful. You didn't only go with Ministry of ICT, although I saw that Dr. Amina Zawede is on the program. You also have STI. UCC then comes into the conversation because they're very strong on Ugandan film. And those collaborations, where do we go from here? Which brings us to the question of future outlook. I think that the work you're doing is urgent because it should feed into translating NDP4 into tangible, measurable, consumable milestones. When I've read NDPs 1 through 3, one of my criticisms that I have raised is that NDPs sound more like policy statements, yet I think they should sound more like action plans. We should be able to look at the NDP4 and say, in the next 5 years, government is going to undertake 20 initiatives at the policy, strategic, and implementation level to make IP an X billion, X trillion shillings industry. If we can measure tourism and say tourism can contribute 2 trillion to the economy, we must be able to say, in terms of science, technology, and innovation, let's take this bus, let's take this innovation apart. If you take the value chain approach that STI is promoting now, you look at the innovation that that lady Olivia developed that we were looking at just now and say, which part of the value chain can different Ugandans participate in? And then protect IP at each of those segments of the value chain. If it's mining and there's a technique on extraction. I was amazed during COVID to learn that Ugandan doctors had found a way to extract bee venom from a bee, and the bee would not die. Because once a bee loses its venom, essentially it goes to die, which is what happens when it stings you or me. That technique, to my knowledge, is still unprotected. The result, which is bee venom, is what my brother Gilbert and I were talking about protecting, because it cured COVID. It actually did. But what about the technique? And that, in my view, will mean that the future outlook involves not only expanding the way we look at IP, but also deepening the approaches we take using a value chain approach across the spectrum of innovation as we understand it. If we are thinking about space, and today we all work for Google, when Ken called me and I said, remind me why we're meeting this morning, he said, I'm going to send you a pin. So he and I today contributed to Google's bottom line. People don't think about it that way, but 2 billion people in the world basically work for Google at no pay. That's what happens every time you use Google Maps. And the discussion, in my view, Ken, the future outlook should involve a discussion at a policy level on what is going to be our position as a country on surveillance capitalism. But again, that's a whole different discussion. I don't want to be like a preacher who spent 2.5 hours telling his congregation he was a man of few words. So I'd like to leave you with this parting shot. Identity really, I believe, is a central part, speaking from wearing my human rights practitioner's hat. The baseline that underlies all human rights is individual autonomy. Although it is not written in any instrument, local or domestic, as a human right, individual autonomy is the centerpiece of every right. And I believe that identity, in whichever shape or form it takes, or one way as it or chooses to set it aside, is the bedrock or the cornerstone of individual autonomy. Now, culture is what makes us uniquely, distinctly citizens of the universe. Being able to say, wherever you go, I am from Uganda. I don't think there's anything like it. Say what you will of Uganda Airlines, but I hope you agree that the size of the aircraft matters little when you're 35,000 feet above sea level. But there is that unique minute when you feel like, I'm flying the Pearl. I'm flying the Crane. There's that sense of pride. So the connection between culture and IP, I think I agree with Ken, could not have been more timely. What I leave you with as a parting thought is, how broadly and how deeply can we take the conversation? The minister responsible for science, technology, innovation asked me to convey very specifically that in her you have a curious, aggressive, focused, and determined ally, and she will be here to support whichever path or course you take, and she hopes that you will keep her and the ministry and square that she leads involved in the process. Thank you for listening to me. For God and my country.
I appreciate you making such a powerful speech. It's powerful, but subtle in the same breath. I would like to take this opportunity to now, first, as a point of information, there are QR codes that you'll see on your tables. Those QR codes, if you scan them, you will come across a menu. That menu, I don't know if the cameraman here can zoom in. You see something like this? Yes. You should be able to access many of the features on the link tree there, and also some of the questions from the panel discussions. And please kindly scan them. If you have a tag, you also just have to scan the tag at the back of your tag. Our online users, I'm not so sure whether we have created the online tool, but we will be able to share that link with you on the website. Yes, I'm told it's on the website. So we're taking a short tea break because we're now getting into the major discussion. I would like to introduce Kenneth Mohanji, who is going to walk us through that particular discussion. And I would also like to take this opportunity as Ken makes his way here to introduce our team from Innovation Village, Future Lab, Mr. Cosmas Koech and his team. You're most welcome. And some of the other, I believe Mr. Gilbert Agaba was already introduced. We're very, very happy to have you here, and we hope to engage in more beneficial discussions. Mr. Mohanji, please take center stage.
All right, guys, this is now the time for why we're here. As we said, we planned a few bites for you, some coffee as we have the discussions. Today's session is very, what can I say? We only wanted experts and people that can drive or shape the discussions that we're having. So we have 4 tables. One table is going to look at the pharmaceutical sector, and in particular, we are going to look at the pharmaceutical sector in relation to the national IP policy. So this table, if maybe let me introduce them, then I can be able to then go to the table hosts. So on pharmaceuticals, what we're going to look at are things like herbal medicines or our traditional medicines. We're going to look at the TRIPS exemptions. For those of you that are listening, of course, we all know that as Ugandans, we cannot patent pharmaceutical products or medicines. So our question is, do we still, is that still the position that we want to have, especially in this age where we have a lot of herbal medicines and a lot of traditional local medicines? And we still sending out raw materials in that regard? We shall leave that to the experts to tell us. Then we have a table on manufacturing and industry. We want to look at our policy when it comes to inventing and manufacturing. Do Ugandans actually innovate or invent? I like the example that Robert here gave about Musa Bode from Katwe. We want to understand what are the challenges or problems of innovators like those. We want to share and listen from people that have gone ahead, like Kira Motors, that are now at the point of scaling. We shall also listen to innovators like Kara, Geoffrey Mutabazi. Then the other table is on geographical indications and agriculture, where we shall be discussing the role of geographical indications in being able to add value to our produce. Geographical indications are an intellectual property mechanism or tool to be able to protect creations that come from, or really products that come from the ground. And then the last table is on creative technology, where we shall look at creative technology, and that's why we are happy we have Innovation Village there. Of course, we're also here with Unipod Makere. So Those are the 4 tables that we have. The table hosts that we have, Professor Kakoza, if you wouldn't mind leading the table on manufacturing and industry. And Dr. Andrew Kambugu, if you wouldn't mind leading the table on pharmaceuticals. We already have the questions are set in the QR codes that we already gave. So our job is just to use the flip charts that are on your tables to workshop. We're going to break into the different tables in a workshop format, and we answer those questions across 5 different areas. Just as I don't know if you wouldn't mind checking on that table, those are the areas we're looking at. I want you to help me read for us, and we, the areas there. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Rina, can you help me with that? Help me with that. Okay, so those are the areas we're going to divide, or we are going to be able to answer. We're going to look at policy, how our policy is relevant. We're going to look at infrastructure development. What infrastructures do we have in the pharmaceutical sector, in the manufacturing sector, in the geographical indications and agriculture sector, and in the creative technology sector. The others are what? Human capital development? Justus? For market access as well, the questions that we have that are prompting, that we shall follow, look at what do we need to be able to open up market and to provide market access, especially on the creative technology side. I'm glad I've just seen Christine Mawadri walking here from NRG Radio, one of our partners, and also an innovator who is actually going to showcase one of her innovators, Kutana. And I hope the video will be played at some point this morning. So if you have that up, can you just show it to the camera right now so that we know the different areas? And then, so the discussions will take 30 minutes that we for the online audience, we shall be taking around the tables as you follow. And then there's also a link for the online audience for the questions. Please feel free to answer them. So those are the areas we're looking at: policy, infrastructure development, labor, market access, access to funding, and then partnerships and collaborations. So the table host for manufacturing and industry is Dr. Anthony Kakoza. You will discuss among yourselves. Feel free to join the tables for those of you that are here present. And then the table host for pharmaceuticals will be Dr. Andrew Kambugu from IDI. The table host for geographical indications and agriculture will be Edwin Tabaro there. And the table host for creative technology will be Geoffrey Mutawazi from Kara. So we'll have 30 minutes to discuss the questions amongst ourselves. We can allocate 10 extra minutes if you want to discuss. Then we shall have a plenary. The plenary, you'll choose amongst yourselves who's going to present and basically talk to us through how you feel we should answer those questions. And as we said, please, let's have real discussions because we want to have a policy paper after this. And that white paper is one we're going to submit to government. I'm glad that Robert Chirunda here assured us that at least the ministry that he's representing will take these recommendations seriously. We have URSB here. We also have Ministry of ICT here. And we shall be also interacting with the Minister for Justice on day 3 of our event. So if you can have some coffee, some snacks here, and then we can start. We are now at 11 a.m. We should finish by 1 p.m. We should be done, and you go about your day. So if it's 11 a.m., let's have a short coffee break. You can grab, and we have a working tea. And then in 10 minutes, you can converge. That means we should then start the plenary at approximately 11:40. And then we can be able to finish across the tables. Thank you very much. MC?
Thank you, Mr. Mahanji. I believe the coffee team is working. I'm not so sure whether it's encouraged that maybe perhaps we take it one table by, all right. Yes, Frank is going to be perhaps tapping the table and informing you of when it is that you can access the snack bar here.
But we're going to change the tables.
Yes.
Maybe we can go to the tables we want and then we'll go table by table for snacks. I think that may be easier. So now we
Yeah, they actually have. Mr. Mohanji, I believe our coordinator actually marked the tables.
So this is table. That's table 1 is on. Table 1 is on pharmaceuticals. Put it there since Dr. Kamu is there. Table 2 is on manufacturing and industry. Will be here since Professor Mamboza is here. So there are already people allocated to those specific tables. Those ones can go, then everyone else can fit wherever they would like. Table 3 is the geographical indications. Maybe then you can move either to this table, to the one at the back. And then where is Geoffrey Mutamazi? It's at the back there for table 4, creative technology. So like you see your table is that side. Table 3 on geographical indications with Edwin Tavaro is the one here. So you can come here. So again, table 3 is in the corner where Geoffrey Mutamazi is. Yeah.
To address this, the Rotary Club of Kampala South and Taipei East launched the Maternal and Child Health MCH project, utilizing Kutana software to enhance service delivery and reporting to 5 healthcare centers. And these are Chikandwa, Kamganguzi, Busesa, Bukalaji, and Bushikori. The Kutana healthcare software is a brainchild of Christine Mawadri, a single mother who once experienced the urgency to get help and intervention when her 6-year-old son was left unattended to. She vowed to create a solution where mothers, children, and the vulnerable communities will be able to get assistance in real time. The Kutana healthcare software is a revolutionary data management cloud and computer-based software that combines the use of a computer linked to the web via an internet connection with a patient phone interface. When in distress, patients can send a free SMS and a message will be dispatched to a health worker who responds to the patient. The software collects location and key information data from patients, providing health centers with additional information. Furthermore, embedded is a tool to notify a next of kin in the event of an emergency. For the last 8 months, Kutana has been deployed in healthcare centers and health workers received training in basic computing and software usage. Kutana managed over 400 emergency medical requests, serving over 800 patients. Improved data collection for better planning and resource allocation. Prompt medical assistance for patients, especially in villages like Bushikori. 40% increase in work efficiency in responding to requests and patient medical history and management of data. Here are the success stories.
Because we're doing this, the Rotary Club staff, they have told us a lot of things. But what I was so interested in is the Google map, which is going to help me to track all the movements of our vehicles. And another thing which has interested me most, how we are going to communicate with the community. And it will be very easy for us because we are going to track that from the table by use of the computers, and people will be helped to be picked in the villages. And I think people with the maternal and the child death will decrease because we'll be notified very easily.
Okufunira okufuna asawo mubudde kuba mbakubira ne bansanga nga sivuddeewo ne bansanga ne bambuuza obuyambi bw'endagala
Kutana app, we really appreciate it because it will bring us closer to the community, and it will help us give back to the community. It will help us reduce the delays, the 3 delays especially for the mothers. And more importantly, it will help us reduce the maternal mortality rate. And we are sure we shall use it perfectly together with our communities, with the help of Rotary and in charge, and we hope to do the best.
Kutana okuyambye ebisinga oba ofunye obuzibu bw'olwazizza.
Yes.
Osobola okufuna obujjanjabi nga tuvudde mu kifo ekyo bakuweereza obujjanjabi.
They have learned about Kutana software as a means that will ease work and that will help us to solve the challenges that we are facing.
Kutana, bringing healthcare to you. In Uganda's underserved rural communities, expectant mothers face a high mortality rate due to limited access to emergency and medical assistance. To address this, the Rotary Club of Kampala South and Taipei East launched the Maternal and Child Health (MCH) project, utilizing Kutana software to enhance service delivery and reporting to 5 healthcare centers. And these are Chikandwa, Kamganguzi, Busesa, Bukalaji, and Bushikori. The Kutana healthcare software is a brainchild of Christine Mawadri, a single mother who once experienced the urgency to get help and intervention when her 6-year-old son was left unattended to. She vowed to create a solution where mothers, children, and the vulnerable communities will be able to get assistance in real time. The Kutana healthcare software is a revolutionary data management cloud and computer-based software that combines the use of a computer linked to the web via an internet connection with a patient phone interface. When in distress, patients can send a free SMS and a message will be dispatched to a health worker who responds to the patient. The software collects location and key information data from patients, providing health centers with additional information. Furthermore, embedded is a tool to notify a next of kin in the event of an emergency. For the last 8 months, Kutana has...
I can talk? Online audience. Yeah. So for the online audience, please do feel free to follow the discussions. We are going to take you to the table for now on pharmaceuticals and the table on manufacturing and industry. And then after a short while, we take you to the table of creative tech and the table for agriculture indications and, for geographical indications and agriculture. Feel free to share online to contribute to the discussions. The questions are already in the link. We're going to hand the microphone over to the table host so that you can be able to hear the discussions as well. Feel free to contribute. If you want to speak, I think we have a provision for a link for you to be able to either, you can put up your hand or put your comment online. Thank you.
So by way of introduction, the Global Innovation Index looks at the capabilities and the current positioning of countries in terms of their innovations. And it looks at particular parameters. Where do the countries fall, for instance, in terms of creative output? The 7 areas of the Global Innovation Index are: what institutions do you have in place that working on innovations? What are your outputs in terms of knowledge and technology? What are your outputs in terms of creativity? And what are your outputs in terms of infrastructure, business sophistication, market sophistication, and human capital and research? These indexes are a compilation of input from the World Bank and various other institutions. And as far as the 2024 Global Innovation Index is concerned, Uganda is now ranked 121 out of 133 economies. So for me, as a person who always thinks of us as a glass half full as opposed to half empty, I feel number 121 out of 133. I'm optimistic that we are getting better. Our ranking has been worse than this. And as far as institutions are concerned, Uganda is number 84 out of the 133. In terms of knowledge and technology output, Uganda is 102. That is 102 out of 133. On creative output, we are 116 out of the 133. On infrastructure, we are 120th. On business sophistication, we are 129, which is not good. That's our lowest ranking. Business sophistication, we are 129 out of 133 economies. On market sophistication, we are 124 out of the 133. And then the last one of human capital and research, we are 123 out of the 133. And these are some of the things we need to be speaking into. Human capital is how are we training our people in terms of innovations, and how do we practice all that. When we look at the top 3 innovation economies in sub-Saharan Africa, the number 1 is South Africa, number 2 is Botswana, number 3 is Senegal. And then number 1 is South Africa, 2 is Botswana, 3 is Senegal. Those are the top 3 innovation economies within the sub-Saharan African region. For the low-income countries that are innovating, Rwanda comes number 1. Togo is number 2. They have maintained these positions from the 2023 ranking and the 2024 ranking. And the new entrant for low-income economies that are quite promising, the new entrant is Uganda. As far as the 2024 rankings are concerned, the new entrant is Uganda. So we've been recognized in the 2024 rankings. So the key areas of innovation that the innovators focus on, the research, are scientific publication. Second is research and development. And 3 is venture capital deals and patents. So where do we fall in all this? So I want to bring, with that perspective and that background, I then now bring us to our discussions for today in the manufacturing and industry sector. So the first position we're looking at is policy. The National Intellectual Property Policy came out in, I believe, it was released 2017. It was officially launched around 2019, if I'm not mistaken. But the question is, how can the government create policies that support Uganda's manufacturing, especially in ways that reflect our local needs and values? What are the barriers manufacturers face because of current policies? If I may repeat, how can the government create policies that support Uganda's manufacturing, especially in ways that reflect our local needs and values? And what are the barriers manufacturers face because of those current policies? How can the government create policies that support Uganda's manufacturing? Yes, what policies should government create that reflect our local needs and values? What are the barriers that manufacturers are facing? What are the challenges manufacturers are facing because of the current policies? As we think of this question, National Development Plan 3 expired around July, August, where National Development Plan 4 is still being developed and is soon to be released. But NDP 3 was building on households and how these households can feed into the national economy. If you think, for instance, of buy Uganda, build Uganda, that is part of culture. If you have handicrafts that are being made in the basic household, and then these are going into markets, that's the baseline for NDP 3. So here we are saying that how can the government create policies that support Uganda's manufacturing, especially in ways that reflect our local needs and values, our local culture and our interests? What policies do we need to have in place that support the manufacturing sector, that will help our ranking to go up on the Global Innovation Index? Yes. By way of thinking through this, I've given the first example being Bubu, build Uganda, buy Uganda. So that's one policy that is supporting our local needs and values. when we say that my jaja in the village knows how to make a chibo, that she has grown up knowing how to knit and come up with all sorts of designs. But now we need to think beyond her just making this piece of handicraft for the sake of her children, but to put this in the market in a way that it will support the local economy and the country as a whole. So that's our thinking in line with that.
Speak through the microphone. I think the first issue we need to think about is what is the problem with manufacturing? Is it because we don't have infrastructure to manufacture, or we are outcompeted by those who are manufacturing and we don't know where we have a competitive edge? What is it that we suffer as a country in terms of manufacturing? Everyone understands that we need to build a manufacturing base to create jobs and all these kinds of things. So what is the problem related to that goal that we need to address? Because if we don't highlight the actual problem and deal with it, then everything will be a problem. And you try and intervene and create a policy that does not solve anything, but seems to be everywhere. I think, and then the other aspect is prioritizing all the problems you've highlighted. You can't solve everything. We have to decide if we're going to do manufacturing, which areas should we invest in to build that capacity or to address the challenges we've highlighted. Which problems, not all the problems, but which particular problems do we set out to focus on to be able to address the issue we have highlighted. And the final thing is to believe in Ugandans. Many people believe in FDI. Is it FDI, Foreign Direct Investment, FDI? But I think as Ugandans, we have what it takes to develop our country. For many people, they might come here, yes, as investors. Yes, they will look at our country as an investment destination. But for us who are in Uganda, this is our home. So we are developing our home. And I think we need to see how we can focus our priorities to support indigenous, local, and Ugandan innovation. And it's good to import the technologies. It is good to learn from others, but the priority in terms of who should we should focus on should be Ugandans.
Yes, so Gilbert has mentioned a very pertinent point. First of all, what is the problem that is preventing the manufacturing industry from thriving? But then when you've brought out also the challenge of the local position, I thought about an advert I saw yesterday, or okay, not an advert, I actually just saw a flyer for a movie that is going to come out called Luwum. And this is a Ugandan movie about the life of the late Archbishop Luwum. Now, try and think if you were to walk into, they call it Cineplex. I haven't been to the cinemas in a long time. Cineplex. And there's this poster for Luwum, and then there's a poster for, I don't know, Fast and Furious 10 or Harry Potter. Most Ugandans will go and watch the Hollywood movie and say, the Ugandan one, you think twice before walking into the cinema that's showing the Ugandan movie. So we have to ask ourselves why. One of the reasons probably goes back to poor marketing by the Ugandans, but sadly as it is, the quality of our productions is also lacking. The quality of these movies as they produce them. But do you blame them again? Because they're using poor quality cameras. And that's what they can afford. The very expensive cameras, which would give them a better quality, are hard for them to have. So there's a famous Ugandan director, it's called Matt Bush. He's the one behind the new movie Luwum. But what they can afford leads to what they produce. How can we help them? That goes back to what we're discussing, the manufacturing. What is in the policy that's missing that we need to address for our local manufacturers, our local film industry, the Chira Motors and all those others? So I would say I'm okay with buying this truck that has been produced by Chira Motors because it's as good as the China Sinotruk. What can government do to support the local manufacturers so the quality would be the same?
So my thoughts are, if we go back to the basics. So when we were in school, we used to learn something called factors of production. Don't know if you remember them. So we had things like land, labor, resources, financing, which now we call financing, and then the market. Where are you going to sell your market to? So I feel that along the way, the foundation has become faulty, and that's what's affecting us. So that's where the problem starts. So if you're to push for production, are all your factors in place? Do you have the financing or access to financing to support the production that you want? Which is one of the biggest issues actually for any kind of production or manufacturing. Financing. Our capital is very expensive. It has been commercialized. So it only comes through commercial banks mainly, or a money lender, or you have to sell some assets to be able to capitalize. But you're kind of going in circles. Then labor, of course, when you go back to the basics, then land, and then the market itself. So when you look at the markets, starting from the local markets, and that's what you said, the local markets, are they well educated? The mindset change, yeah? Because even Bubu is struggling now. People still prefer China. Maybe it's pricing. There are a lot of things. And then also our products getting to the region, which is our first export market. Out of Uganda, we have easy access. East African community is really our low-hanging fruit. We are about now at 300 million or so in the East African community. That market. Then now we have markets that have opened like after the African market as a continent. And then you look at now the international market. So you find even access to market, people have not producers or manufacturers have not been well educated to which markets to start with. So someone produces and immediately they want to send to the international market. And then you find there are standards that you have to meet. Just food production, tomatoes. They'll tell you that tomato has to look how before it enters Europe, what. So people end up just meeting those standards. Then you have to get certifications from some international organization. You have to pay them money. Then you have to, then they're middlemen because you want to access the international market. But you have a local market. For example, agricultural production. You have an East African market. You have an African market. Before you can even think international. And all those markets have people ready to take, like agricultural produce, whether it's textile produce, whether it's even creative produce, our books, things that, you can sit down and produce. So for me, my submission is, in terms of policy, the policymakers should go back to the basics and say we are promoting, or we want to promote manufacturing, but are our factors, simple. I wish they could take like those simple, was it agriculture or science? They made it so easy for us. We even used to sing it, factors of production, land. And they put them in a room and they say, let's go back, simplify it so that it actually points where the problem is. Because I think production works so much for our economy. Every economy that has pulled out of its failures, especially meeting their GDP, balancing trade and everything, they have solved it through production. China, Singapore, all these economies that at one point were like us, without production, you can't. Yeah, so that's my submission.
I just have, because I think I'm the most ill-experienced person here, so I'm going to use history to bring out my point that will build on what Mrs. Mahani said. I think on a policy POV, the factors of production that are most important for countries that are devastatingly poor is human capital, because human capital has a multiplier effect in investment into human capital. So when you look at the economies that she's just mentioned, Singapore under Lee Kuan Yew, China under Deng Xiaoping, when you look at Taiwan, the UK in the Glorious Revolution, there was an emphasis on maximizing human capital, because what that does is, one, it increases the amount of innovation that happens in an economy, because people have the ability, they have the technical know-how of the fundamentals that drive innovation. Two is that it increases efficiency of production, so people will use less resources to produce more, and improves the quality of your output. So when you have high quality, it's not hard to market high quality, because it will speak for itself. Good wine needs no bush. So I think in driving the policy question, there is a fundamental requirement that part of the things that is emphasized is increasing human capital, because for a small nation like Uganda with 30 million people, there's not so much we can do in terms of becoming low cost production like China, because they have very many people. But if you have high quality human capital that produces the kind of work that can have a premium on it, then it fast tracks our ability to even market on the international market, even on top of having the domestic market that we've been talking about. And even the countries that you just spoke about, South Africa, Botswana mainly, small country, small population, but things fundamentally from human capital, I think from Seretse Khama, who was a leader there, human capital was a focus. So ideally for countries like us, I think from a history point of view, you can correct me from experience, but human capital is the most important factor of production that creates a multiplier effect for the rest of the factors of production.
That also answers the third question on labor. What's really missing in labor? Human capital investment.
Okay. Can I maybe just two elements? First, with the human capital. The kind of human capital you are pushing matters. It's not just the numbers. Like, the numbers, yes, you take them to school and so on, but what are they coming up with? That, to me, is the critical thing. You can have thinkers, the doers, the ones who touch, things and so on. So that element is critical when you're pushing the human capital. But I want to go to something which I said last year, and I want to repeat it. The concept of comparative advantage. The economics that I was taught in my engineering class in the 70s, that unless you have comparative advantage in a certain sector, you must not go there. And that was at a time when, Britain and all these fellows were producing vehicles, okay? And us, we should not go into vehicle production because we don't have any comparative advantage. And nobody questioned the fact that how long can that continue for us not to have comparative advantage for production, for manufacturing of this kind of thing. Now, this came out of the economics, the professors we had. I remember there was Samuel Stone or somebody like that who actually advocated for that. Now, my argument last year was those comparative advantages we must create. We must create it. I mean, we can't be exporting raw materials, cocoa and all this, and then they go and turn them into something else. I think we need to stop. So we need a policy that actually addresses that lopsided argument. And even when we went into Kira production, we were trying to run away from the fact that we didn't have a comparative advantage. I think we can create that. And if there's a way we can turn our iron ores, into material that go into this, that is already enough action to create that advantage for us, kind of. So we must address the issue of comparative advantage, throw it off, and do something else to create those advantages ourselves.
Okay, thank you. I want to jump to the second question on infrastructure development. What key infrastructure, power or transport, does Uganda's manufacturing sector need to grow? How can we ensure that this development respects local communities and their heritage?
Quickly, I mean, the issue of power for production, I think, is obvious. The move to have our hydro plants come on and so forth, I think, was a very good one. The issue, of course, is the price, the cost. I do not know what the reasons are. I was in that sector for about 17 years. Power sector, I was chairman of generation, I was deputy chairman of UEB before it was unbundled. And me, I had problems with unbundling it, but I was the only voice, on the board. So we can do something about the, the pricing, the cost. Because if, yeah. No, okay. Biomass is destructive in another aspect, because first you must get the trees, turn them into that form that you can get energy out of it, and that has got implications. But to what extent? Because the amount of material you'd get through Kitezi, see, we didn't go there, but how many years can you rely on that? That's another issue. People talk about the sun from there. Now, the area you require to capture the energy from the sun is massive. Secondly, the efficiency with which you convert that energy from the sun into the electric and so on is still at such a low level, about 25%. And so for industrial purposes, that may not address the issue immediately, but it's a good way to go. For the other purposes, the lighting and all this, electronic, yeah. But the huge manufacturing, I think you'll still have to rely on our hydro, which is cleaner. The fossil fuel ones, they have got their own implications. So I think those are the,
Maybe to add on the other area of infrastructure, in addition to power, I think as you industrialize, there are certain base industries that you must have. For example, if you look at steel and iron ore, there is no manufacturing until you have adequate quantities of steel and iron, and it's a basic. Professor here will tell you that when Ford started out, they had soil packed at the beginning of the factory and a vehicle coming out, because you had to have steel, you process it, then to produce everything. So if we are to build any manufacturing, you'll need any type of industry will need some level of these metals. So having those basic industries, steel, if you are looking at textiles, maybe that's another area. You can look at cotton and these kinds of things. So we need to think of those basic industries, and we invest in them. They might not make money, but in the multiplier effects, I think are considerable. Kira would need steel. Everyone who's setting up any factory will need some kind of iron or steel.
There are so many things which go into producing a single bus. Okay? I think 70,000 of them, those pieces. Now, Kira cannot do it on the basis of vertical integration, which is what Ford did. So we need all of you out there to start those factories, which produce those components, which you supply us with. Then we as Kira will go into integrating this. That is what Kira, and we design what we want to do, all right? That's for us, for Kira. But the parts that now go into realizing that must be from, and that's why we bought Kayunga. I know people made a lot of noise, We bought that land. We want to create auto industrial park. So that whichever part you make, please come and make it from there, because the distance, the transport, and so on, all right? So that is what we would like to be done,
I think on the question of policy that for improving manufacturing and infrastructure, I think two things about infrastructure that needs to be answered is one, reducing the cost of production, which is across what you just said, power, hydroelectric power, but also it might be high investment costs initially, but there's alternatives like geothermal that might be high investment costs initially, but then over a long run, they are subsidized continuous ongoing costs, and then reducing the cost of transportation. For example, a lot of manufacturing happens in rural areas, and getting the product from the place of manufacture to the market puts a huge premium on the pricing that someone can manufacture. And yet manufacturing is a small margin business that survives on scaling. So having low cost of production is very important for a company that is involved in manufacturing. And then nextly is incentivization to scale, which is basically what incentives does a government give manufacturers to scale their production. That is on things that can be on multiple things. For example, the way they develop the capital markets to give manufacturing companies access to financing for capital expenditures that they might be required to make, or even things like tax treatment, allowing for accelerated depreciation to give them more money that can be used to facilitate capital expenditure. So I think on a basis, from a policy POV, the infrastructure development that is required for manufacturing excellence is built on two pillars, which is one, reduction of the cost of production of the manufacturing companies, and two, incentivizations for these companies to scale.
Okay, and I think that's in the same line that Professor was mentioning. When you're reducing cost, like the Kayuga example that you're given, the closer you are to the resources, you're reducing the cost. Yes. Okay.
The other, maybe why our products old and so on. The value proposition you present is, I think, what matters. Because if you undertake to produce, say, the Kayolas, and the quality of those Kayolas don't at once, you will produce them, they'll not be sold. Okay? So whatever you undertake to do, you must ensure that you actually realize it and the quality. I think that's
Matters. Okay, quickly run on access to funding. Manufacturing requires a lot of money to get started. What small-scale manufacturing business models can be successfully deployed in Uganda that can attract angle investment locally and abroad? What small-scale manufacturing business models can be successfully deployed in Uganda that can attract angle investment locally and abroad? Yes, small scale. Yes.
Where do you get money from to do that cottage industry? Is that what it is?
No, like what business model? Small. Yeah. What model would you deploy in Uganda? Exactly.
I believe from that from the macro level, where we are looking at large-scale manufacturers, those models can be scaled down to fit into small-scale manufacturers. For example, a cottage industry where it's very popular in economies like China, where you find that people manufacture things in their homes. You know, people always joke that most of these phones that we have in our markets, the 5 SIMs, 6 SIMs, they're usually like children's projects at school. But because China has moved to support their cottage industry, those products are actually able to get out of China through small scale production and go out into the market. So I think that we can adopt that model. First of all, it's for at a policy level to recognize and also support initiatives for small-scale production. For example, sometimes you pass by the roadside and you find our roadsides and you find like someone has set up like a brick laying kind of factory or production, but you find things like quality, things like registrations, URSB, just getting them into the system, but at their level, it's still where we're worlds apart. Even them getting financing, because they haven't regularized their ideas, but people do it. You pass by the roadside, you find people doing like pots. You see a lot of small scale production. People's homes, you find people are creating a lot of things. Especially I've seen people do a lot of home farming, these days, vegetables, all those actually, if supported with the right models. And the models look like we can recognize you from Registration Services Bureau, you are business, you're in this category, from, again, the factors of production, from funding kind of perspective, from labor kind of perspective, and also market. So how do you access market for your small scale produce? Yeah. Do you say you're limiting it to the region as Uganda, or if someone is producing like his bricks in Mbarara, his market is in Western Uganda and it's there, but he still has a market. So I think for me, my submission would be, first of all, to really study the small scale, understand that it's there, acknowledge that it exists, and it's a very, very big country. It has the potential to become the large producer. These are baby steps, but people have to be recognized and supported. So you don't have to, taxation especially. So you find someone wants to regularize because maybe they want to go even in their like circle to get like a loan to support like their bricklaying business. But because maybe they have not registered their business, they can't even access that kind of funding around them. And then when it comes to tax, when you find URA's taxing system, they will put you under the small business category without even fully understanding what are you doing. So then you find you're supposed to pay your, what's the tax called? That the tax they pay before preemptive, whatever tax, exactly.
Folks, we have 5
Access
minutes
to,
left.
like what we said.
5 minutes left,
what
please.
Doctor said, yeah? How do you access materials to support you within your same value chain? So I feel like, yes, policy level, also people to be encouraged a lot by being recognized, and then just have a value chain system run through that whole system.
Points. Let's quickly run to the last question. Partnerships and collaboration. What kind of collaboration can strengthen the manufacturing industry and reflect the spirit of community building in Uganda? What kind of collaboration can strengthen the manufacturing industry and reflect the spirit of community building in Uganda?
maybe the auto manufacturer can access, other than the iron ores and so on. I saw a video of Indonesia, and I immediately thought of my colleague, the professor of bananas, Muranga. Yeah, I know she uses some of it for, I think, the hair and all that. But those fellows were producing, the strings out of the banana fiber, okay? So that after you have eaten your matoke, here I think what do? We throw that whole thing away, isn't it? But those guys peel that and convert that into fibers, okay? And given the coverage of the area for the matoke, so that we did all over the country, how much fiber would we produce? Now, the guys in that, if they collaborated, I think with us, the manufacturers and so forth, to produce those items which we need, kind of thing, then we would have an ongoing, collaboration kind of thing. So I kind of cried a bit when I thought of Muranga. How come?
Yes. And Professor, one of the other things that I like about the Chira project, I've entered one of the beautiful buses, and the kind of wood is from bamboo trees, isn't it? So that's one, you're helping against climate change problems because bamboo trees grow quickly. You're not going to cut the ordinary trees to use them. And we can get, in terms of collaboration, we could think of getting local people to plant bamboo trees, which will grow quickly, and then supply to industries like Chira Motors. Yes. Any other?
In most of the aspects that we've mentioned, I think one of the principal points that cuts across on all the points that we've looked at is creating awareness. Because we realize we've talked about over 6 points, but the aspect of awareness cuts across all of them. So with awareness, we need to find a way. If the policy has been created, it should have a whole clause on awareness. How exactly are we going to push out all the questions that we want to be answered for an ordinary Ugandan to understand, in order for them to also generally contribute to the policies we want to put in place? Yeah.
Awareness is always the big elephant in the room. People do not know about intellectual property. They do not know about how to utilize everything. So awareness building is very important. Yeah. Okay. I think we have wrapped up. Any biting points you want to bring in? I think we have captured all the questions and answered them. Thank you. Labor, yes.
Okay, I think we are done. I think we are done, guys.
Skills are missing.
Yeah. Okay, I've been reminded midday, so there's 1 more minute. All right, go ahead.
The skills building, but even awareness in terms of the people who work in the various industries, understanding innovation and how to protect the innovation. They're so good at releasing innovations, but do they think about how to protect them? So even in terms of labor, that mindset needs to be presented there. And how to transform what they have produced to the market. Yes. We're good at innovating, but is what we innovate what the market needs? Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, guys. Wow, I think we've really had a good discussion. I can see each of the table hosts. I'm seeing Professor Kakwaza here nodding. Your table was on fire. All right. So it's time for the plenary. If it's time for the plenary, people, so that we are able to present our thoughts. Which group is ready to start the discussions? if you can choose who is going to present from each of your groups. You ready? Okay, let's start with the table on pharmaceuticals. Can you appoint your representative or spokesperson? And then if you can come up here with your flip chart, and you can be able, so each group will have 10 minutes. Each group will have 10 minutes to be able to go through what you've discussed. Yes. Each group will have 10 minutes to go through what you've discussed. And then we shall allocate some time for the online audience. Online audience, please, for the advocates that are watching online, and anyone who's also watching us on NTV, on our YouTube, on NBS and on our YouTube platforms, please do send in your questions, and we can be able to discuss them during the plenary. But for now, we are going to have a representative from the table on pharmaceuticals. Can we move this or So Ethos is the one that has helped us put this event together, and I see PC helping us with the flip chart. So the table on pharmaceuticals has chosen Dr. Peter Kungu, who is from the STI Secretariat, and his docket is exactly what we are going to look at today, pharmaceuticals. I'm going to hand the mic to him, and then we can be able to start. For those at the back, please, if you can sit down so that we can then all converge here. Mr. Justice Karanga, I think you already sent a representative here. I think now you're functus official. For Geoffrey at the back with Kara, if you can please settle in. I'm going to hand the mic over here. Maybe we can be able to put, I don't know if we can move this somewhere here so that the audience can be able to, yeah. Do we need this light here? Because now we are going to come here. If this light can move.
Okay, thank you so much, KTA. Thank you so much, DMC. I am presenting this work on behalf of, it was supposed to be table 1, but it's table 2, and our chairperson is the Honorable Dr. Andrew Kambugu, the ED of Infectious Disease Research Institute. No, Infectious Disease Institute. Sorry about that. So we are, our discussion was targeting basically the pharmaceutical industry, and we dissected the policy hurdles that are surrounding the pharmaceutical industry, and we found out that we need to have accelerated regulatory approvals. One of our members shared how a traditional herbalist faced challenges in registering their brand and taking it to the market through the right channels. So we believe that is a cry of many indigenous scientists in the country. And if we can have these policies, the approvals, if we can have a framework where these approvals can be accelerated, then we can have a lot of products on the market. And then we also found out that there's little harmonization of these policies. There are several policies that speak to the pharmaceutical industry, but they don't speak in tandem. So each policy is operating in silos. and you find agencies with different mandates, and operating in silos. So we need policies that can harmonize the pharmaceutical industry. And then we also found out that we needed to incentivize the indigenous scientists in IP protection and commercialization. Again, the members in our group have testimonies of indigenous scientists or herbalists in their villages who have products, but they fear to come to the scientific community because they know once they disclose their trade secrets, they are going to lose out on their intellectual property. So we need to incentivize our indigenous scientists to come up. And then the infrastructure hurdles, what needs to be done to provide a qualitative relief in terms of infrastructure. So we agree that we need to regionalize or build what we call central facilities. And of course, as STIOP, we are building our ship as we fly. We have taken on this, and we have some of the regional facilities. We have one in Usitema, and as we speak right now, one of the products has been undergoing a clinical trial, and if the results are successful, we are going to hit the market. We also agreed that we need to have research and development centers across the country. The government of Uganda needs to deliberately build infrastructure that can enable scientists all over the country in different institutions to enable scientists to carry out their research and developments on these probable products. We need quality control labs. You will agree with me that we have a lot of products on the market, but most of them fail on the aspect of quality. So if we have these regional products such that a scientist doesn't need to move from Chigezi to come to Digal, where we only have our quality laboratory, but if we took it maybe to Chigezi, if we took it to Arua, our scientists or indigenous scientists or herbalists will be in position to have their quality services. That's right. And then we also agreed that we need to develop a unique standardization for the case of Uganda. Most of the standardizations that we are talking about are transplanted onto us. We have not been party, or we have not participated in terms of making these protocols. If Uganda can come to the table of discussion and make their own standardization, then we can, develop some that are for the case of Uganda. And that can give us an accelerated pharmaceutical industry. And then in terms of labor, we agree that we need to provide scholarships and grants for people who are in the pharmaceutical industry or studying pharmaceutical studies. If we want a boom in the pharmaceutical industry, then we need to have a scholarship and grant that is focused on developing and nurturing, retooling scientists that are pursuing studies in the pharmaceutical industry. And then we also agree that we need to have employee stock ownership plans and then tech transfer frameworks. Not every scientist wants to go to them, just want to focus in the lab and have their ideas. So we need to have tech transfer innovation hubs or innovation offices where scientists can come and then sell out their idea, and then have people in the pharmaceutical industry buy the ideas or innovations, and then the science goes back to the lab to develop more innovations. Under the market access, there's a stringency in terms of market regulation. We also agreed that there are high production costs, then weak brand recognition in terms of the market. Our local products have weak brand recognition, and I want to thank Unipod because they have a marketing department. And then we also discovered the challenges in the distribution channels. For us, we support, as STI, we support some of our indigenous scientists in the country, the famous Kazires, we are supporting them. As we talk right now, we are supposed to be having a clinical trial on the famous drug of Covidex, which is a very, very good thing. Once we have those clinical trials, then Covidex can be positioned to sell to Tanzania, to Congo, because we have data on clinical trials. But previously, we were operating on anecdotal data. We also agree that there are government procurement policies that are stringent. You will agree with me. Every scientist that wins a grant and they are attached to an institution, the procurement process is really cumbersome. You are conducting an experiment, and then you want reagent X, and then you find out that for you to put in a requisition for reagent X, it will take months for you to get what? But this is an experiment. So you stall science, you stall the experiment because of the stringent. So we need to have mechanisms where we can have accelerated import permits from NDA for the case of emergencies. For example, we're having monkeypox right now. But if we started on the importation of reagents that can help us to manufacture diagnostics for monkeypox, it will take months. So as a country, we need to develop our very own that can look at such emergencies and help us to have such reagents on time. We also talked about leveraging African free trade areas. The economists here can understand that much better. And then under access to financing, access to funding, we thought that if we established a national pharmaceutical fund, that would be good. We also thought that if we have joint public-private partnerships, that would also boom the pharmaceutical industry. We also talked about microfinancing and then crowdfinancing, which would be a good thing for our pharmaceutical industry. We also talked about venture capital funds. As STI, we provide this. There are people, scientists who are in the innovation industry, and their ventures are struggling, so we recommend them to UDB to get loans. But we can also provide them with resources in terms of their market ventures. We also talked about tax incentives. If we are in position to give our investors tax incentives, then why don't we also give our local scientists, our local innovators tax incentives? Why doesn't our Professor Tikodri come here and say, government has given me 20 years tax incentives. I am producing buses and you won't pay tax on this what? On this, or I am Kazire and I am producing this beverage, I'm producing this product, and I have a tax incentive for 20 years or 10 years. And then lastly, under partnership and collaboration, we talked about a unified framework for East African intellectual property protection. We don't need to think about only Uganda. We need to think about East Africa. We need to think about the COMESA region. We need to think about Africa. Because only then shall we be in position to have good partnerships and collaboration even in those countries. We also talked about agreements between scientific communities and traditional healers. Just like I mentioned before, local herbalists or indigenous scientists fear to come and disclose their maybe medicinal products or whatsoever, because they fear that if they disclose to the scientific community, they are going to lose out. So we need to have those agreements. We need to have those frameworks where a herbalist can come and move to this scientific community and be in position to express himself or herself. We also talked about legal frameworks for benefit sharing. If I am a scientist, I make a product, I cannot be the marketeer, I cannot be the producer, I cannot be everything. But if I am the owner of the idea, I should be in position to be guaranteed in terms of benefit sharing. Lastly, we talked about collaborative research projects. We need to stop acting in silos. You're a scientist in Chigezi, and you think you can't work with someone in Sitema University. You are in Gulu University, you think you can't work with someone in Makerere University. If we start implementing these collaborative research projects, this country will go far. We have equipment in Makerere. We have bought the first ever electron microscope in East Africa. But if you can't, and it's in Makerere University, if you can't come from Gulu to work from and collaborate with Makerere, then you're going to miss out. We have a mass spec here at COVAB, and that can help us to, give us fine details in terms of vaccine development and diagnostic. So if you can't come from Kabale and collaborate with someone in Makerere University College of Veterinary Medicine, we have an HPLC machine in Sitema University. If someone cannot collaborate and be in position to do phytochemical analysis in Sitema University, then you cannot. The resource envelope is small. If we do not collaborate, then we are not going to go anywhere because we cannot build infrastructure for every scientist. God bless you.
Okay, what group is ready? Thank you very much. The group on pharmaceuticals led by Dr. Kambugu. Thank you very much for that. I think we've done a very good job. Please remember that your recommendations, as I said, are going to be part of the white paper. Thankfully, one of the gentlemen who is writing that was in your group, so I hope you noted everything down. Okay, second group. All right, yes. The creative technology group. Come on, guys. 10 minutes, please.
Kenneth, as they're coming up to the stage, I noticed that they make a very important point on tax incentives. The Honorable Minister for Investment the other day was pitching a business idea to Indians and Chinese and saying, if you come to Uganda, we shall give you free land. I don't know who is giving them the free land, but I think she means government. Then she also said, we shall give you tax incentives. But I don't hear any of that being proposed for some of our local investors here. I think some of our representatives here need to take back that message, that it's better to invest in our locals to make sure at least we also teach some of these things in high school. Imagine being able to learn commercialization of agriculture in S3, so that instead of learning the Latin names for some of these plants, we decolonize and we learn the local names, and then we also proceed to do that.
Wow.
I think that's a very, very powerful presentation. So now that we have the team on creatives, please take the floor.
10 minutes.
Great. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say this jacket was made by a Ugandan creative. And to be honest, we're actually losing our creatives because this guy, 2 years ago, moved from Uganda and went to, I think, Norway to start working in like a furniture business. So as much as I love this jacket, I cannot get another like it anymore. So by coming up with all these recommendations, I think will definitely solve some of the problems that creatives face. So today we're a mixture of both the legal and the creative side. So I have the legal side take the first step.
Hi everyone, I'm Angel, and we are representing the Forerunners. That's what we named our group, our table for. So we'll go right into it. Under policy, just a minute. So under policy, the question was, what changes are needed in Uganda's laws to help creative tech businesses protect their work and ideas? The very first thing that our table thought that is imperative is to have a clear definition of who a creative is. Why? Because there is no way you can help someone that you have not yet defined. You need to have a scope that includes all the creatives and also be able to define them in a way that is understandable both in the Ugandan setting and internationally. That is number one. Then we also looked at localizing of IP law. we need to have laws that are going to speak personally to the individuals and to the industries in Uganda. Our former representative, the representative of the minister, Council, Senior Council Chirunda mentioned that most of our law is an import of foreign law. And this has obviously troubled us because we have failed to enforce it within Uganda. They are able to enforce it because, well, they are their creators. Now, we imported the same and we have failed to enforce it. That's why localizing it is going to be able to help us enforce what we have been able to creatively tailor for our industry. Secondly, it talked of how can these policies safeguard Uganda's rich heritage. We very well know that Uganda has a very rich heritage. We can also see this from the products we produce. We are some of the best producers of coffee in Uganda. In one of the conferences I was at, it was mentioned that our coffee is not patented, yet it makes the best byproducts, right? It makes the best coffee that is really consumed on an international basis. So we need to, first of all, identify our cultural heritage. We have to identify what we consider rich within our country. Upon this identification, we then have to go ahead and protect it with the various laws that are there. Then the other that we looked at was redefining IP in Africa, meaning I think this goes hand in hand with the cultural protection. We need to be able to redefine what we consider as IP. Then the borderless protection of IP. In Uganda, you realize that the very many IPs that are registered are actually not protected. Okay, yes, the protection is there in our papers and everything, but when it comes to the actual enforceability of their protection, it's barely existent. And our idea was this: if you could have a form of understanding nationwide, countrywide, even continent-wide, that could recognize IPs that are registered nationally on an international basis, then there we will have the creatives having the space to compete globally, right? Because now you're talking of IPs that have been recognized on an international basis. And furthermore, IPs should also be considered as assets. Very many creatives find a problem when it comes to commercializing or even scaling their businesses simply because IPs are not considered as assets. We need to reach a stage whereby a creative can go to the bank and present their IP documents as security for a loan. So unless and until all these laws and policies are redefined, all this is merely a wishful thinking. So yes, that is me from the policy, and I would like to hand over to a colleague of mine, Patricia, to deal with the infrastructure bit. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ima Patricia from the Innovation Village and part of Table 4. So looking at infrastructure development, our question was, what kind of digital tools or infrastructure do Ugandan creative tech companies need to grow? And how can this be done in a way that promotes local cultures and storytelling? For starters, speaking of IP, we need to create IP management tools where creatives can register, protect, and manage their IP. Under this, we had examples like creating platforms or databases for registered IPs, not just on a national level, but on a regional level. Then, as you know, in the IP registration process, you have to gazette your application. That process is not entirely digital, which makes it quite difficult for the registration process. Secondly, create spaces where creatives can easily access high-speed internet and e-commerce platforms. I'm going to give the example of Innovation Village, and I would also like to recognize Unipod and what it's doing, because it's something similar. We have created spaces where innovators can come, sit down, brainstorm, have access to high speed at Innovation Village and Motive at a subsidized cost. We also had making IP protection borderless. As you know, IP is majorly geographical, so I think that speaks for itself. Then we had utilization of existing social media platforms. So in that regard, I'll answer both question 1 and 2. We, first of all, promote content creation platforms where people can speak about the different cultures in Uganda, and also televise these on the different social media platforms, that is YouTube, amongst others. Then lastly, create hubs where individuals can access affordable legal services, such that from the onset of starting their businesses, their stories and whatnot, they are able to have affordable services onto IP registration, investor preparation, amongst others. I'll hand over to my teammate.
So just this morning, I was looking at a poll that was put up by KTA on their LinkedIn, and the 100% of the votes on challenges that innovators face went to actually market access. They're not able to monetize or commercialize their products, so I'll focus a lot more on this and touch the rest. So in terms of market access, they're typically creatives and their business people. And in many cases, these two don't really interact or meet. And the university is a very good place for these people to sort of work together and look at how they can, I would say, match their skills. So if a person has come up with a business idea or an innovation, how can they partner with a business person? You've seen this in even companies like Apple, where there's the creative and then the business guy. And this will be something that thrives in spaces like this. So in terms of, I would say, market access, there's also a lack of incentives for creatives to get funding from VCs and different investors. And this really hinders their access to funding, whereas there are a lot of incentives for people to invest in factories and different sectors. There need to be more specific funding options that also cover the access to funding to file IP. And then in terms of funding, we looked at the different options of funding available for innovators. So there are angel investors, there are venture capitalists, there are debt investors, there are grants, there's equity, and all of these serve businesses at different levels. In terms of also funding, I find that there's a lot of one-size-fits-all funding. So having value chain focused financing for innovations enables someone to not have to be the one creating Kazire or creating Covidex and then being the one who takes it to the market, being the one who manufactures it. So if you can focus on the innovation and there's more funding in the value chain to commercialize and distribute the product, that makes it easier to access the market and also access the relevant types of funding. Now, in terms of partnerships, we looked at PPPs with recognized IP bodies like ARIPO, and we also looked at working with ESOs to create investment readiness programs and also to subsidize prices for IP services for innovators. And then lastly, as you know, URSB has actually digitized the IP process and everything is now online. But one of the biggest challenges for all of these innovators looking to protect their IP is that a lot of this stuff is online. How many people in rural areas or in villages that have these good ideas can actually access the internet and file this IP? So that's a very big challenge. And in terms of labor, I would say that we need to develop this labor. We need to create a lot of internships and fellowships for people to know what it means to innovate, to maybe work in a lab, to come and intern at Kara or Kira Motors or any of the large IP firms that are doing IP filing, and that will help us develop a good labor base of innovators and creatives who know how to protect and build for scale. Thank you so much.
Well, guys, you need to really look up to this team. They kept time, but number two, they were also very gender sensitive. They presented together. Well done, Creative Tech team. Okay, who is next? All right, the team on, this team is Manufacturing and industry. Yes. Okay.
Geoffrey, if I remember, you said something about angel investors. Yeah. Maybe you need to define, not the entire room is Gen Z here. Yeah. Pardon?
Angel investors are not people who have wings, by the way. They are people like you and me who have a little bit of spare money that are willing to be an angel to a person with an idea, to provide not only funding, but also to provide some support. So one of the angel investors, I'll give you a very simple example. One of the angel investors that first invested in Kara was a guy called Geoffrey. Total coincidence that we have the same name, but he worked at Tesla. He understood electric mobility and I'm building electric bicycles. So to him, it made sense. He knew how to support me. He provided a little bit of funding, but he also provided guidance and networks. So he helped me find a CTO. He helped me, think through the idea, but also provided a little bit of money. It wasn't a lot, but it helped us get through the starting blocks. So that's what you call an angel investor, pretty much.
Thank you.
Any of you can be an angel investor, by the way.
Okay. By the way, please, this session is also for networking. So we have, this room it's very rich. This room is very rich. I hope you get to know each other. I hope as you're talking amongst yourselves, you also cross across tables. You may find an angel investor sitting this side or that side. So please do interact. Okay.
Okay. All protocol observed. Good afternoon. My name is Nachitiowa Hasfa. I'm a lawyer. And I'm also one of the rapporteurs for this event. I had an opportunity to sit on a table that had very great minds. And since the innovations team also came up with a name, we decided to bring more fire. And our team is called the Elite Producers. So we are table 2, and we are basically dealing with manufacturing and industry. And based on the action points that we have here, Professor Kakoza first took us through the whole history of the manufacturing industry and where Uganda stands today. And I will not be able to take you through it all, but it will be one of the guiding principles that's going to guide me throughout this whole presentation. So focusing on the very first action point of policy, my presentation is going to be based on the questions that were laid before us. On policy, we have a question of how can the government create policies that support Ugandan manufacturing, especially in ways that reflect our local needs and values? And what are the barriers manufacturers face because of the current policies? Now, exactly how to look at this, our discussion is going to support the development of the NDP4, which is soon to be released. And some of the factors that we took into consideration on the aspect of the policy was to look at the key areas that we can look at to support the NDP4. The first point being, when we analyze the problems, first of all, that are facing the manufacturers in Uganda, we discovered that the biggest problem is we needed to look at the problem and also how to exactly prioritize the problem. So we said that before we look at the solution, we need to understand what the problem is and prioritize the problem, because at the end of the day, you cannot solve each and everything. Then we had in an example of how exactly we can put out forms of advertising. And we also had to look at the incentives that can be used in order for us to contribute to this policy. So the other aspect that we pointed us was that we need to look at factors of production. We had to go back to the basics of science, where we had to look at land, labor, financing, and marketing. Council SAD took us through this, and basically what we are looking at here is that in order for us to solve the aspect of policy, we need to go back to the ground basis of what are those factors that support our policy making. So land, we look at what is available, the labor, the financing, and also the marketing. Also, additionally, we had in a factor that cuts across both on policy and also in labor, which is the aspect of human capital. So we discovered that we need to maximize on the human capital that we have currently. We need to also increase on its efficiency. We need to make sure that we create high quality human production. So we compare to countries that like Botswana, because Botswana has a population close to what Uganda has. So we had to look at that aspect of comparison to see how exactly we can compare and come up with better policies. Then our next point was on infrastructure. And basically, when we're looking at infrastructure, we focused on three aspects. We focused on power, we focused on costs, and we also focused on the pricing. Now here we had discussions on things like hydropower. If we are setting up these industries, what is going to be their supporting factor? So we had discussions of hydropower, and then we had debates on whether it is the best power that can be used currently. But we narrowed down after comparing with all the different sources like solar, we have the fossil fuels, we narrowed down to hydropower because these are large industries that we are dealing with, and that is the kind of energy that's sustainable currently. Then we also looked at integrating production to avoid risks of resource. And here when we're looking at infrastructure, we had in questions like, what do we need to grow? And on top of that, we also looked at the need for minerals. We looked at having bases where we are getting these minerals that are supporting this industry. For example, we looked at Kira Motors and the productions that they have. So what are these particular industries that are going to be set up to support such a forum? And additionally, on our aspect of infrastructure, we also looked at aspects of reducing costs and also the aspects of incentivizing and what does that give to us in general. The other point that we looked at was labor, which earlier on I had already narrowed down when we looked at the aspect of human capital investments. So also on the aspect of labor, we had a point where we talked about skills. We discussed innovations, how can we protect these innovations, looking at the theme that we have this year of intellectual property and localizing it. So we need to, when we are putting all these aspects in place, we need to look at the aspect of protecting people's innovations. Then we also looked at transferring innovations to serve the market needs. The labor that we're getting at hand, mainly our main point here is the human capital investment. We want quality over everything, because still comparing with the whole global scale, we realize that with high production, we're going to have the best results. So it still cuts across with the labor. We also looked at the other action point was on market. And when we're discussing the point of market, we looked at the aspect of comparative advantage. And when we're looking at comparative advantage, basically we say that this is the basis of everything. Without comparative advantage, nothing can move forward. And we also realize that in these sectors where comparative advantage does not exist, how then do we create it to support us to move forward? Additionally, we also looked at the fact that we need to value prepositions, we need quality control, and an assurance of products. So we compared with the local market, the region market, Africa-wise, and also on the global standards. Where exactly do we stand on this comparative advantage? And that is one of the things that's going to contribute to our market access. Then we also looked at access to funding. Now with access to funding, we focused on small-scale manufacturing and how exactly can we boost them to help us contribute to the bigger picture. Now here we looked at the basic problems that the small scale in Uganda faces, one of them being the fact that they lack funding. Some of them struggle with aspects of registration, and some of them don't even know the people to access to get this funding. So we need to first resolve the problem of boosting our small scale industry so that later on we can bring about the big picture of the whole big manufacturing industry. So we looked at different means in which we can boost the small scale industry, some of which include tax incentives, which were already earlier discussed, but we realized that with the local market, we need to put up such tax incentives. Number one, to encourage people to produce and to also enable them develop their businesses so that at the end of the day, we can manage to tap into that for the bigger picture. Then we also talked about the supporting the scaling up of businesses in aspects of registration, financing, which later on, when we're talking about financing, we looked at examples of venture capitalists and so much more. But before we dwelled into all that, at the end of the day, we wanted to first focus on this small scale industry. How exactly can we boost them before we even start asking for the funding? And then finally, we also looked at partnerships and collaborations. And with the partnerships and collaborations, one of our main partnerships and collaborations was actually with the local resources, the local market, partnering with them because at the end of the day, these are people who are going to produce and they can also be the market that we need and they can also provide the funding. Then we also looked at, with partnerships, we scaled it down to the point of different industries need different partnerships. Kira Motors cannot get the same funding as maybe a movie producer or a director who's coming up with a movie. So we have to first identify what type of industry are we looking at and which people do they partner with. We actually had an interesting example of an Indonesian group of women who are using the matoke plantations to make that fiber, those strings of fiber. And so Professor told us about how in Uganda we plant a lot of matoke all over the country. So a collaboration that would be great maybe as an example would be our Ugandan industry in relations to that, partnering with forums like that. So with partnerships and collaborations, we narrowed them down to the different industries that we are dealing with and for them to tap into the collaborations with other industries, either within East Africa, Africa, or globally in order for them to expand. Then we also really focused on the aspect of if we are done tapping into the local market, how exactly can we also benefit from the East African community? Because we are part of the East African community and it's also one thing that can boost us on all the action points that we've looked at today. So in summary, we discussed a lot, but those were the main points that we brought out. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Team Manufacturing. Well done, Professor, for leading the discussion. Actually, the two professors. So it's a very heavy table. Okay, last but not least, who is going to present on geographic? Yeah, I was hoping to see Carol Chaze here. But yes, please. Come on and take us through geographical indications and agriculture, please. Uh-huh.
This lady did not stammer even once.
Right?
And that was a very heavy presentation.
Yeah, well done.
Very well done. Yeah, very well done. But also, just before my colleague starts, we keep saying localizing intellectual property. What is the local name for intellectual property? If you're Mr. Agawa knows the local name for intellectual property? Because I believe also localizing would start at the level in which we speak to the common man, whether it's in Kiswahili, Luganda, Runyankole. I am not so sure. Is there anyone who knows the local name for intellectual property? Yes, Geoffrey. Magezi Maganda.
No, the local name.
Yes.
If I can translate it in Uganda.
Yes.
It's ebyobuyiye.
Ebyobuyiye.
Eh, okuyiya, yes.
Does that not mean creativity?
It's the same. Because it describes the.
Okay, then I think we need to also, let's brainstorm on that one. Because if we're going to start explaining this to the locals, we must know. Okay, my colleague, you have the floor.
Thank you, MC. My name is Wabugo Michael. I'm from Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and I'm a senior traditional knowledge officer. Our table was given a task to discuss geographical indications in agriculture. But to put this presentation into context, I'll define what a geographical indication is, because it's very important for us to understand what a GI is. GIs are signs or marks that identify products originating from specific regions, and that product has quality, reputation, or characteristics that are attributed to that geographical origin. So in our case, we can use local examples. You've heard about the Chigeza potatoes. You've heard about the Ankole longhorned cattle. You have our coffee, the Arabica coffee, the mountain of the moon, Renzori coffee. Actually, URSB has so far registered one geographical indication in Uganda. That's the Renzori Mountain of the Moon coffee. And it's fetching higher premiums because of the geographical indications protection. Now, a GI is owned by a community. Unlike a trademark, which can be owned by a company, a GI is owned by a community. So if the producers or farmers in the Chigezi region were to say they are registering the GI for the Chigezi potatoes, that GI belongs to the community. And every producer in that region, if he is ready, he or she is ready to comply with the book of specification or product specification, they will qualify to use that geographical indication because it's owned by a community. Now, let me go to our tasks that were assigned for discussion. In terms of policy, we have many policies. We have the National Intellectual Property Policy. We also have a law that governs the protection and administration of the geographical indication system, and that's the Geographical Indication Act. Now, from our discussion with the team, we agreed that in terms of GI protection, what can be done to improve on this protection? We observed that our policies should be inclusive. They should be mainstreamed, meaning we need to bring everybody on board so that they can participate in the geographical indication system. The other thing is about climate change. When you look at a GI system, one of the advantages of the benefits for GI protection is that it conserves resources, local resources. It actually contributes to environmental conservation and protection. So we need to see that most of these policies that support GI protection should talk about climate change and mitigation measures, because climate change, as you all know, is a reality, and we are all affected by climate change. Then the other issue was on enhanced protection of indigenous cultural heritage. URSB is working towards having a law that, a sui generis law that can protect traditional knowledge and cultural expression. So these are some of the things that we can look at in terms of, because a GI, besides the attributes of the ecological system, there are also essential aspects of technical technical, not technical know-how, the know-how, the traditional knowledge, the practices of how these farmers plant, cultivate the crops. That's traditional knowledge, and it contributes to the quality, the characteristics, and the reputation of that product, of that local product, or a product that can be protected by the geographical indication system. So we need to look at having a sui generis law or enhanced protection of our cultural heritage. Then in terms of implementation, we have many policies that are crafted, put on table, but in terms of implementation, we are reluctant. So that's one of the areas that needs to be improved. Then the other aspect is also about enforcement. When you protect a GI, you should have a robust mechanism of protecting or enforcing the GI protection. Then on issues of infrastructure development, we talked about and agreed that traceability, our agricultural products are actually facing challenges in terms of traceability. If you have been listening to the news or reading news, you know that the EU is about to stop our coffee if that coffee comes from places that are deforested or facing challenges of deforestation. And UCD is actually struggling to make sure that to beat the deadline by registering all the farmers. So traceability is an issue, and we need to develop systems that can ensure that our products can be traced from the origin. The beauty about the GI system is that it supports traceability, because the local communities or producers of such product put in place systems that control quality and also can be audited. The other issue on infrastructure is data integrity. This has to do with the data that we collect, the data that can be collected on the different products that can qualify as GIs, and how these products are actually a potential or are feasible to be protected by the GI system. Then information. In terms of information, we need to ensure that the local producers or the people who can benefit from the GI system can have access to information, registration system, how they can have their names or products registered at URSB for protection. Then the issue of post-harvest handling. This is an issue that is actually affecting our agricultural products, that we don't have established infrastructure to ensure that after harvest, how do these producers store the produce to ensure that it is it's not affected by the aflatoxins. You've seen how our maize in Kenya was stopped, and different countries in the region. Then quality and audit, the GI system puts in place systems that ensure quality and audit, and those are some of the infrastructure requirements that can be developed in terms of infrastructure development. Then on the issue of human capital development, lack of technology, this is self-explanatory. Then issues to do with low level of awareness. We know that our producers or farmers don't have this knowledge. They are not aware that they can actually benefit from the GI system. URSB does the awareness raising and sensitization programs, but still we need to work around that area of raising awareness. Then preservation of cultural heritage. we need to preserve our cultural heritage in terms of human capital development. Then the governance in collective management of GIs, since this is an intellectual property asset that is owned by a community, there should be governance systems to ensure that the producers comply with the specifications or the product specifications or the book of specification to see that the qualities are not compromised. Then market access, we are facing challenges of seeing that our agricultural products access regional and and international markets because of standards, because of issues to do with phyto and sanitary measures that we fail to comply with, because of low quality. So these are some of the things we need to work on, because the markets are there, the markets are available, but now how do we access those markets? Then on issue to do with access to funding, I can give you an example of the Renzori Mountain of the Moon geographical indication, which was registered. This was actually largely funded by the EU. Now, our local producers or communities cannot, start the process of registration and also the post-registration phase of managing the GI. Registering a GI is not like registering a trademark, that you file an application today, you gazette, and then after 60 days, if there is no opposition, you get a certificate of registration. The GI process takes some time because there are many stakeholders involved, consulting the local producers, coming up with a book of specification, managing the post-registration phase in terms of branding and marketing, and that requires money. So in terms of access to funding, it's limited, and now we need to see how we can have funding to support the local farmers and producers to see that they can have these products registered. Then in terms of partnerships and collaboration, like I've already said, the GI that is on the registry now was actually largely funded by the EU. But as URSB, we are working with WIPO, World Intellectual Property Organization. They have supported us in terms of technical support and also financial. They have trained us in terms of capacity building. Then Africa Regional Intellectual Property Organization. These are some of the partnerships that we have leveraged on to see that we can develop the GI system in Uganda. So we need more partnerships. We need the local producers or farmers to create partnerships with entities that can support them to register their geographical indications. That's my presentation. I hope I'm within time. Yes.
Thank you. Actually, I wanted him to, Michael, 1 second. Yes. Can you at least in a minute summarize the current registration process for GIs?
For GI?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Now, the registration process starts by filing an application. An applicant can be an association or a group of producers or farmers or a competent authority. Like I said, the GI is communally owned. It's a community intellectual property asset. So an individual can't come to file an application unless they are representing as an agent representing a community and they are filing an application. So it has to be an association or a competent authority, which can be like local government or a ministry of agriculture, to file that application. Now, when you have filed an application, it goes through the formality checks to see that all the requirements are there. There are things to do with, for instance, book of specification, which I've talked about, but also the application has different sections, like the name of the product, the class of the product, linking that product to the place, because the product, if it is a GI, you must show a link of the product to the place. And that requires issues to do with the scientific analysis of soil, climate. The beauty about coffee is that UCDA has done a lot of work in terms of profiling its coffees. So it doesn't require a lot of scientific analysis. You just look at the profile, the coffees, and you know now these coffees are linked to a particular region. So all those documents, and then we do an examination. We issue a gazette notice. If everything is okay, then you gazette with the Uganda Printing and Publishing Corporation. It goes through a notice period of 60 days. If there is no objection, then we do a registration and we issue a certificate.
Thank you. So there were some people who were saying we could register the Rolex as a geographical indicator, but with that particular process, I don't see how. Is it possible? Because it has to be a group of people, yes? So surely there must be an association of Rolex makers. Yeah.
If you look at a Rolex, I don't know how you can link the eggs or the chapati to a particular region. That these are unique from this particular region, that their taste, quality, or other characteristics are not found anywhere apart from this region. Now, those are some of the issues we need to tell our people, because everyone will, Rolex, but in terms of quality.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wow. Guys, please clap for yourselves. I really hope you have understood why we had the session the way we had it. Do you feel it has been informative? How do you think we have also captured the ideas that we want to capture? Do we have a report? Do we have the white papers we're going to produce? JEPA team? We do? Very good. So by 1 we should have finished, but we just have Christine Mawadri, who is just going to take us through her innovation with Kutana. And then we have Kashushu, who is going to close and show us what she has been doing at the back. Can you just look at the back? If you want to leave, just please know that there's something good for you to look at the back. At least let's give Christine 10 minutes. Then Kashushu comes, and then we can close day 1 of the symposium. Christine.
In Uganda's underserved rural communities, expectant mothers face a high mortality rate due to limited access to emergency and medical assistance. To address this, the Rotary Club of Kampala South and Taipei East launched the Maternal and Child Health (MCH) project, utilizing Kutana software to enhance service delivery and reporting to 5 healthcare centers. And these are Chikandwa, Kamganguzi, Busesa, Bukalaji, and Bushikori. The Kutana healthcare software is a brainchild of Christine Mawadri, a single mother who once experienced the urgency to get help and intervention when her 6-year-old son was left unattended to. She vowed to create a solution where mothers, children, and the vulnerable communities will be able to get assistance in real time. The Kutana healthcare software is a revolutionary data management cloud and computer-based software that combines the use of a computer linked to the web via an internet connection with a patient phone interface. When in distress, patients can send a free SMS and a message will be dispatched to a health worker who responds to the patient. The software collects location and key information data from patients, providing health centers with additional information. Furthermore, embedded is a tool to notify a next of kin in the event of an emergency. For the last 8 months, Kutana has been deployed in healthcare centers, and health workers received training in basic computing and software usage. Kutana managed over 400 emergency medical requests, serving over 800 patients, improved data collection for better planning and resource allocation, prompt medical assistance for patients, especially in villages like Bushikori, 40% increase in work efficiency in responding to requests, and patient medical history and management of data. Here are the success stories.
Because we've been with the Rotary Club staff, they have told us a lot of things. But what I was so interested in is the Google map, which is going to help me to track all the movements of our vehicles. And another thing which has interested me most, how we are going to communicate with the community. And it will be very easy for us because we are going to track a lot from the table by use of the computers, and people will be helped to be picked in the villages. And I think people with the maternal and the child death will decrease because we will be notified very easily.
okufuna abasawo mu budde kuba mbakubira ne bansanga nga sivuddeyo ne bansanga ne bambuuza obuyambi bw'eddagala.
Kutana app, we really appreciate it because it will bring us closer to the community, and it will help us give back to the community. It will help us reduce the delays, the 3 delays especially for the mothers. And more importantly, it will help us reduce the maternal mortality rate. And we are sure we shall use it perfectly together with our communities, with the help of Rotary and in charge. And we hope to do the best.
Kutana okuyambye ebisinga oba ofunye obuzibu bw'olwazizza.
Yes.
Osobola okufuna obujjanjabi nga tolidde mu kifo ekyo bakuweereza obujjanjabi.
They have learned about Kutana software as a means that will ease work and that will help us to solve the challenges that we are facing of delaying to make decisions and delaying to refer mothers, as this software will help mothers to always communicate to healthcare workers in case of a challenge, and healthcare workers will be able to make decisions on going to pick the mothers with the ambulances.
I am so privileged to have undergone a training about Kutana software. What I like about the Kutana software is that it's going to help the community and the medical workers to make notifications and to prepare for the emergency cases out there in the communities.
However, despite successes, operational gaps remain, and these are unreliable internet connection hindering smooth data transmission, limited awareness of Kutana software among community residents, limited computing and IT knowledge among healthcare workers. To better utilize the Kutana healthcare software and realize a bigger and greater impact, additional training sessions for health workers have been recommended, innovating new ways for real-time data access without internet connection, community awareness campaigns to educate mothers on effective usage, and establishing a regular monitoring and evaluation system with Rotary Club of Kampala South. Furthermore, implementing a feedback mechanism for users to report issues or suggestions. The Kutana healthcare management system has proven that it is possible to reach end users to get service and assistance. Therefore, if implemented, this will see a revolution in healthcare service delivery in Uganda. Kutana, bringing healthcare to you.
Hi, everyone. I've been given a very short window
and space to talk about something that I find very passionate. My name is Christine Mawadri. Many may know me as a media person, but I have a passion for all things technology and digital, and this is just one of the many facets that you'll see about me. So Kutana Software, as I speak right now, the numbers have gone up, and this is what gives me happiness every day. We are actually up at about 6,500 users, and we're talking about mothers in grassroots areas. What does this say? Just like the way mobile money came into the market, there was a lot of doubts about whether technology like this would be able to suffice or go down to the grassroots levels. Now we find that your mother in the village or your grandmother in the village not only keeps her little phone because of anything, she keeps it because it's her bank. Isn't that amazing? So look at a situation whereby a mother coming from Kamganguzi and going, say, to Arua, and she has her baby. She probably is pregnant as well. And somewhere along the way, her luggage gets lost or her handbag gets stolen. And she doesn't have anything written, anything documented on her, except what she has written. This software is going to do amazing things because you can actually transfer knowledge or data across different platforms. If I am in Kamganguzi and I need to go to Arua, I don't have to worry if I get pregnant and I'm going to have my delivery on the other side. If there's a software on that side or a dashboard in any healthcare center, it should be able to pick up my data. What does that do? That means that the history of the mother or the child right from the time of inception, that's if the child or the mother goes for antenatal care, to the time that this child is 18, when she's old enough actually to have her own children. Every information about that child and the family is available. What will that also do for the health sector? Make it easier for health workers to collect information and data. There's a case of monkeypox going on right now. Should be able to tabulate and see what the numbers are in real time. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer, but I think the software has pretty much said everything. Thank you.
All right. Actually, what Christine hasn't mentioned is that she needs funding for this software.
Yeah, very badly.
I don't know why you're not speaking on that very important point.
Yeah, I think because I'm more passionate about this. Kutana is being funded by my own pockets. I'm happy to see the numbers going up. And every time I can't do something at the end of the month for the third-party integrations and all that's needed to sustain this, I sometimes have to switch off. And when I switch it off, I get a barrage of annoyed health workers saying, why did you even start this in the first place? Because now it is a tool that they find very useful to them. So if there is an angel investor, if there is good people in this room, please come and let's make Africa greater in this way. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Christine. So we're going to have a spotlight moment from Ethos, who is the head of Ethos, is going to tell us about how she has put together a sustainable event. And then we shall also have just 2 minutes from Carol Chaze from Axiom to share something small. And then our gift, our present, as we called it when we were growing up, from the artist at the back there. All right?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. All right. Christine, I was very, very enthused when I saw Kamuganguzi because one of my parents hails from there. So I was pretty excited that we're on your radar. Ethos was birthed from an experience I had attending an event where there was a lot of waste. And globally, we have seen that whereas organizations are uptaking sustainability in their operations, it's not quite the same in how they manage events. We've seen a lot of misappropriation of resources, time wastage, and so on and so forth. So backed by SDG 5, 9, and 12, we said, how can we answer this question? How can we have events that are worthwhile and yet sustainable? And that's the question that Ethos answers. So we are very, very particular about the entities we partner with. And when the KTA Annual Symposium contacted us, we were very glad to be the event sponsors for this event, because IP resonates well with SDG 9, which talks about infrastructure, innovation, and industry. So we are moving in a positive trajectory, and this is how we have enabled a sustainable event for the KTA Annual Symposium. If you look at your table, you look at the linen, look at the chair covers. These are things that we often pass up, but you will notice that 98% of the material, decor, and equipment is reusable. That's a plus for this event. You'll also notice that we did, it's worth clapping for. Thank you very much. Many of you received emails and virtual check-in, which registered 0 carbon footprint. So that's also something we can positively note. The other thing that we're doing as Ethos for this event is ensuring local sourcing. All the vendors who have worked with us for this event are 100% local. So it means we're boosting the economy and ensuring that the money stays within Uganda. So that is positive. So when we get to think critically about events, we are now saying Ethos is leading the way for how events should be sustainable, in how we can measure a worthwhile experience for our attendees, but also measure a positive trajectory in sustainability. So you have been part of this process because you are here, and in partnership with the KTA Annual Symposium, which is also doing something in relation to sustainability, we are very, very happy that we are part of this process. So beyond environmental advantages, embracing sustainability in events offers numerous benefits for companies. By showcasing your commitment to corporate social responsibility, your business can enhance your reputation, attract environmentally conscious customers, and promote positive relationships with stakeholders. So the next time you're thinking of running an event, think of running a sustainable event, because what that does is that you are becoming part of the movement, which is saying we are going to minimize waste, we are going to promote efficiencies, we are going to maximize on innovations that will save 14 to 15 manual hours of data management, which we have actually reported for this event. We don't have to go to paper to register you in. You will notice that when you came through the doors, it was a paperless registration. And because this is our first year working with KTA Annual Symposium, we are believing that in the next Annual Symposium, we'll have paperless plenary sessions so that we can go in the innovative way. Can we clap to that? So as I close, my question to you is, can we craft exceptional, sustainable events that ignite positive, measurable impact on our community and the environment? Ethos has already led the way, and I think you can answer that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Peace. Thank you, Peace. Next, we're going to have a word from Carol Chaze from Team Axiom. I know it's just a very brief hi, if you take the stage. Yes. Okay.
Thank you. Height has never been one of my advantage points. My name, I need to make this as a disclaimer. My name is Carol Chaze Kakoza. I have an in-law in the room. He is going to go back and claim that you're calling me Chaze. I am married for 20 years. Dr. Kakoza, I am still married in you. So I don't want him to go back and say, hey, what happened, Fred? So I am Kakoza. Please not. I'm not a doctor, like was mentioned. And to Christina, thank you for working with Rotary, but I would like to give you one thing. There is a farm called Turako that does micro health insurance. And there is another firm called Axiom, which we can discuss later, with data and what you've got. Turaco has got funding from all over, which can work with you and the technology you already have, and you'll not have to pick anything from your pocket. So let's talk. What is Axiom? Axiom Zone is a data forensic firm that has one of the biggest databases in this country. I think it is the biggest. I haven't had anybody competing with us. You know, one of those quotes when you have to be asked, who are your competitors? And every time you look back, you're like, but those ones just collect data. Those ones just do this. What we do is we collect household data of up to 368 data points per household. And we have over 658,000 households in Uganda. We get that data and we use it for different things. I don't know if anybody knows about CGAP from the World Bank. It has accredited Axiom as the first social credit score in Africa. Now that credit score is now being merged with financial institutions. The first financial institution we've worked with is Centenary Bank. And what Centenary has done is that brought their credit score, we merged it, and whoever must get a loan for agribusiness, microfinance, must go through this. Why? Because we all know that I'm not going to look at my credit history of how many credit cards I've used, what my credit history is of how much I bought coffee, because that's what is used in the Western world. What we do best is how many wives my father has, how big my coffee plantation is, how many children I've got for labor, how many of those are able to take up my 3 acres of land. What Axiom does is that when we profile you, we walk the polygon of land. I know all of you here have mothers or fathers who have titled land. But every month, your mother gets money. She goes to the neighbor and says, you know, you've got the other 2 acres near you. Can I just extend a little? And I just give you 200,000. And I assure you she'll buy that land. But when it comes to the bank, they will only ask for the titled land. What Axiom does is that we walk every little piece of land that gives you production. And we've developed an algorithm that allows you to understand, to get how much you're going to yield from that land. So from that, we are able to tell you what your optimization is in terms of land and what you're expecting. If you have 2 acres and you have maize, you are going to be able to get 6 million shillings. And when we optimize it over 3 months, that's 18 million. So when you're asking for a loan from the bank, we give you a credit limit when it comes to Centenary. So Centenary will not be lending you 34 million. They will only give you 15 million because we've given them how much you can pay back and how much your credit limit is. Now, I've been given 2 minutes to explain what Axiom does and what we're doing for the agriculture sector and health sector. We are your data managers, but we don't just collect data. We do it for financial inclusion. I'm a huge champion of ensuring that the lower pyramid gets seen because that's our biggest market. We might be all here in the room, and God, is this room so intimidating? It has lawyers and all. But the lower pyramid is very, very fresh, and it is out there. And we've got people who've got lots of money down there. And unless we know who they are, by understanding data, mine might be one of the first businesses that is actually getting revenue from data. It might be for quite some time because I've really jumped a hoop to get to 600,000. So by the time you get to 600, I'll be very far. But we've got to understand the law. And the reason I'm here is the IP part. Recently, I have donors who have come and ask me for my agent's data. And they want this data, and they even put down, their foot, how they're not going to release funding. But that's private data. It's data privacy. And unless we enforce this, and up to the level of the NGO and donor level, for them to understand that IP goes all the way to the lower pyramid, and it's not just about the people in the suits and the offices and your employee contract, but it goes down to the farmer. And what we've done for the farmer today is that for at least about 45,000 of my recent farmers that I have collected data from, each one has a card. We call it Ndagamulimi, and I'm very proud of that. It might not be original, but I'm happy that every farmer can now authenticate with their face and their palm and allow whoever is taking their data to be utilized. And there's no duplication. So you go to a farmer and they've already collected data from them. They have a card, say, but somebody already came and here's my data. So if you want to take it, now they own their data. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And from our penultimate presenter, just a very brief presentation from TESA Advisory, Ms. Paula Mgisa. Just as we prepare our artists, we're buying you some more time. Kashushu, are you ready? All right. Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, it's like Carol said, a very intimidating room, but I will try my very best. My name is Paula Mugisa. I am the woman who has been standing out there next to some books. I don't know if you saw them on your way in. You did. Praise God. Yes. So I have founded a company called TESA. A lot of times we call it TESA, but it's TESA, to mean to plan. We have been in the Ugandan market for over 6 years supporting micro businesses, especially women-led businesses. Yes, Mrs. Karanga, I was looking at you. I'm waiting for you outside there. So, yeah. Yes, we have supported over 4,000 businesses since 2018. Our primary product has been a digital course for small businesses. So I studied business enterprise, which means starting and growing a business. But I realized quickly there is not a lot of information for our context. There's not a lot of information creating innovations based on our cultural heritage, based on our local Ugandan context, based on how we do things here. So that is TESA's mission. We want to skill the African workforce, especially the Ugandan workforce. So our digital course was really successful in 2020. Our first cohort had 30 women from the ages of 23 to 55 years old. We were then onboarded by NSSF and Outbox, and together our Tutandike course, which is out there, and we simplified into a book. My friend is walking around so you can see the book. That Tutandike course was turned into the enterprise curriculum for the High Innovator program and has been used by over 5,000 young entrepreneurs in Uganda, and they have also used it to access capital for about 100 businesses. So we have also created skilling courses for the UNDP. So we have turned that Tutandike course that you are seeing in front of you, that animated book, into a course for the UNDP to skill creatives. So there are two books. One that is in landscape is our textbook. It has all the business development information for a small business in Uganda. Everything from customer acquisition, selling, branding, small business finance, ideas, business models. How do you figure out a long-standing business idea that's yours and create value in this market? So we have simplified it, turned them into two books. You get the digital course, and then we'll add you onto our app, onto our skilling platform. Now, something interesting that happened from this endeavor is people are asking, how did you design these curriculums and sell them to people? We have a lot of you, very educated, very experienced, who have skills and experiences you may want to turn into courses. So the other book, the one with a map of Africa on it, Teach Them, Serve Them, is our course creation book. It's all the stories and our step-by-step manual on how to turn all of the things in your head that you want to use to serve your customers, your audience, into a course. Now, something interesting is if you buy our course book and we add you onto our course creators community and you use it to design a course, even one module, we will host your course for free on the TESA app in January 2025. And so we really, really don't want to be the only ones trying to create skilling programs for the African workforce. We really believe each and every one of you has what you want to teach and serve, experiences you want to reach through other people. And so that's what that book is. It shows you how to develop a curriculum that is yours, that you own, package it and sell it, and would host your course as well for free. So we have been doing this work for over 6 years. We are strong advocates, if that is the right word, for today of the work KTA is doing. We are here because the conversations that are happening in these rooms are the information that we need to disseminate to the country, disseminate to innovators. KTA themselves will be creating a course in partnership with us on data protection, and we believe each and every one of you has stories, experiences, and skills that if we could just extract from your head and put into a course can serve this country powerfully. So I look forward to speaking with many of you. We'll be here for all 3 days. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Paula. Ms. Kashushu, actually, that's her trade name. I believe your ID name is Natasha Karunji. Yes, I remember that. This is the last part of the symposium today, of stage 1. And it will be closed off by the KTA team, I believe led by Mr. Mohanji Kenneth. I would like to thank all of you for coming through. We have established a poll on the link tree. If you had already followed the link on the QR code, you should be able to find a poll in relation to today's symposium and also in relation to next year's annual tech symposium. You can also follow our WhatsApp channels and social media handles. You just have to search the annual KTA Symposium. If you're not joining us for tomorrow's session and also the session on Friday, the content that's available on those particular social media handles is very, very informative of the subjects that we've been covering today and those that we'll be taking on for the forthcoming days. Other than that, please continue to engage. If you'd like to hang around and take some pictures, you're most welcome to do so, because it won't be a picture, really, it won't be a day. How will you show the people that you came here? Yeah, there are some people here who have tough people at home and they need accountability. As you saw, Karo Chaze, no, sorry. Karo Kakoza Chaze, CKK, right? Yeah, but at least you have backup here. Well, may I trust doctor? All right, Mr. Kenneth Mohanji, I'll let you please. All right, let's all welcome our artist for the day. You may have seen her sitting on all your tables, and I'll let her walk us through her art piece.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say thank you to KTA for inviting me here to visualize this discussion. Well, this is basically a visual depiction of a summary of what we have all been talking about from the start, from the speeches, and then from the different group breakouts. So there's some wordings and then there's some symbols to just kind of give us a visual direction on how we're going to kind of now take on what we've been discussing and make it into something visual, something that we can remember. Because as an artist, one way I learn is visually. So I do hope that this is also a way that we can all learn as well. And yeah, I've included some of the group names. If you come closer, you'll see some of them. And don't be afraid to leave a signature or a symbol here, because regardless of the fact that I created this, we all kind of created this, because this is information that we were all discussing. So feel free to leave your name somewhere or like a nice message. I have markers in my pocket, so don't be afraid to. Yeah. Also, I'm Kashushu. Yeah. Yes, you can find me online. I'm a digital artist, so my office is mainly online or in Kabalagala at 32 Degrees East. My Instagram is Kashushu, Twitter, LinkedIn, everywhere I'm Kashushu. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. So this sums up day one of the KTA Annual Symposium. Kashushu, this is very beautiful. I can see, hey, I don't know, did elite producers pay you to put them in the middle here? They are the ones that are featuring very prominently here. But guys, this is why we exist, and I think this infographic really also sums up what we have, why we host the symposium every year. So let me not really say more other than thank you very much for your time. This has been day one of the symposium. Day two will be at MCI Hub in Zambia, and day three will be at Design Quarter in Nakasero. For our advocates who are following online, thank you as well for your time. We hope, but tomorrow we hope you'll be more engaging. Actually, as we close, I'm seeing that one of our partners, Conrad Aduna Stiftang, just came in. They had another event there. Maybe Anna can just come and say hi. We're just closing and saying hi. That's all.
And I'm coming in. Hi. Saying hi. Nice to see all of you, and we hope to see all of you also on day number 3, when CAS is hosting 2 formats in the context of the symposium. So, and then I will not now interfere too much.
All right, thank you guys. Please feel free. I hope you've networked. I hope you've had a good time. And so we're all looking forward to the white paper that we're going to produce after today. Thank you very much for your time. God bless, and see you tomorrow.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we still have some